he comes running inside to my left, so the pediatric entrance, and he's very excited, like heightened state of alert, something traumatic or something just happened. And he's like, hey, they just shot my car, they just shot my friends, like I need help, can you come help me? And that was the initial interaction.
And based on his statement, how do you proceed?
So as soon as I walk out the ER and I see the vehicle had multiple bullet holes on the side, I immediately radio in for additional resources because that's beyond my scope of I can handle by myself. And then asking, hey, I need additional officers, as soon as possible, urgently to respond to the hospital. I have a vehicle that's been involved in the shooting. I can see the multiple bullet holes. And then looking inside the vehicle, I can see 2 unresponsive males. So I advise I have possible dead persons as well.
Okay, so let's break that down. You're sitting at the security desk inside the ER. This male approaches you, and based on that contact, you exit the ER,
yes.
Correct? Where was that vehicle that you just described located?
So imagine I'm sitting at the desk as this, and there's door here. So he comes to this door on the left. As soon as I walk out that same door he came through, the vehicle's parked in the drive-through lane, and I can see the right side of the vehicle. Okay, so it was immediately apparent upon you exiting the ER? Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what type of vehicle was this?
It was a blue Jeep SUV.
Okay, and you said that the vehicle was riddled with bullets, if that was your statement.
We had several bullet holes on the right side.
Okay, on the right side of the vehicle.
Yes, ma'am.
And you mentioned that there were some individuals inside. How many people occupied the vehicle at the time when you saw it?
One gentleman in the front passenger seat and one in the rear right passenger seat.
And when you approached the vehicle, was it apparent their condition?
Yes, they weren't moving.
Okay. How so were you able to, I guess, determine whether or not they were injured?
So immediately looking on the vehicle and, just, the fact that there was multiple bullet holes in the side, they weren't moving, if somebody was able for me to help them, they'd be in obvious pain, screaming, moaning, and there's nothing.
Did you attempt to render aid?
Yes, so I immediately, after radioing in for assistance and letting the security guard at the desk, hey, I need doctors and nurses and everything to come out.
My bad, y'all. I had to restart that shit. I don't know what the fuck, why is it doing that, bro? I ain't even gonna cap to y'all. I don't know why I just started lagging like that. Put that bitch on 360 or something, I put on the 360 or something. I got the Ethernet hooked up. I don't know what's the word. Shout out to everybody this, you feel me? Smash them likes, man. Hopefully we good. Let's see what we can.
Help me put on gloves and reach inside the front passenger seat and check the pulse of the gentleman, the right wrist. I didn't find anything.
Okay. Upon you doing that, you mentioned that you already called. Did you call for assistance for law enforcement from Miramar Police Department?
Yes, immediately.
And then, besides your attempt to render aid, did medical personnel...
That's what I'm gonna do, bro. I'm about to cut my whistle name off, bro. I'm still here in voice and spirit, goddammit. Let's see. If this don't work, I don't know. I'm gonna be honest, y'all. If this don't work, I don't know. This ain't never happened before like this. Not with the Ethernet cord. I mean, can I even, you see what I'm saying? Yo. Hey, bro, this is crazy, bro. This shit is like sabotaging, bro. They sabotaging us, bro. This is fucking crazy. I might have to motherfucking restart my computer, man. I ain't gonna lie. I might have to, y'all. You know what? I'm gonna restart that bitch. That's crazy. I'll be right back. Give me 2 seconds, y'all. This is the stream will still be on. I'm gonna keep the stream going. I'm gonna keep it going. This is fucking bullshit, bro. Type shit, bro. I think somebody just put some shit in the mix for me, bro. I ain't gonna lie. You know I ain't no conspiracy type nigga at all. Y'all know I ain't no conspiracy type nigga. I think a nigga put something in the mix for a nigga, bro. I ain't even gonna lie to you. I ain't even gonna lie to you, bro. I think somebody put something in the mix, bro. Cause how the fuck that happened, bro? How in the fuck did that fucking happen? How did that shit just start going super robotic, bro? Appreciate everybody who I can't even see the fucking chat right now, man. These bitch ass niggas. I think somebody did that, bro. Cause that shit, like, how does that even fucking happen? I got my Ethernet cord in and everything, bro. I only got 2 devices hooked up, nigga. And this plus this computer, bro. That's only 3 devices, bro. And I got the fastest fucking shit. That's why I need to cut Verizon off. Verizon get on my motherfucking nerves, man. All that motherfucking money a nigga pay and they can't even, like, why it shouldn't be no fucking problems. Like, what the fuck, nigga? I'm paying almost $100 a month just for Wi-Fi alone, nigga. That's all. No cable, none of that shit, nigga. Like, that's cap, bro.
Okay. And so, on October 26th of 2018, while you were working your shift, do you recall a time where a black male approached you?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury his general demeanor?
So I'm sitting at the ER desk, and he comes running inside to my left, so the pediatric entrance, and he's very excited, like heightened state of alert, something traumatic or something just happened. And he's like, hey, they just shot my car, they just shot my friends, like, I need help, can you come help me? And that was the initial interaction.
And based on his statement, how do you proceed?
So as soon as I walk out the ER and I see the vehicle had multiple bullet holes on the side, I immediately radio in for additional resources because that's beyond my scope of I can handle by myself. And then asking, hey, I need additional officers as soon as possible, urgently, to respond to the hospital. I have a vehicle that's been involved in the shooting. I can see the multiple bullet holes. And then looking inside the vehicle, I can see 2 unresponsive males. So I advise I have possible dead persons as well.
Okay. So let's break that down. You're sitting at the security desk inside the ER. This male approaches you, and based on that contact, you exit the ER,
yes.
Correct? Where was that vehicle that you just described located?
So imagine I'm sitting at the desk as this, and there's door here. So he comes to this door on the left. As soon as I walk out that same door he came through, the vehicle's parked in the drive-through lane, and I can see the right side of the vehicle.
Okay, so it was immediately apparent upon you exiting the ER?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what type of vehicle was this?
It was a blue Jeep SUV.
Okay, and you said that the vehicle was riddled with bullets, if that was your statement.
We had several bullet holes on the right side.
Okay, on the right side of the vehicle.
Yes, ma'am.
And you mentioned that there were some individuals inside. How many people occupied the vehicle at the time when you saw it?
One gentleman in the front passenger seat and one in the rear right passenger seat.
And when you approached the vehicle, was it apparent their condition?
Yes, they weren't moving.
Okay. How so were you able to, I guess, determine whether or not they were injured?
So immediately looking on the vehicle and, just the fact that there was multiple bullet holes inside, they weren't moving. If somebody was able for me to help them, they'd be in obvious pain, screaming, moaning, and there's nothing.
Did you attempt to render aid?
Yes. So I immediately, after radioing in for assistance and letting the security guard at the desk, hey, I need doctors and nurses and everything to come out to help me. Put on gloves and reached inside the front passenger seat and checked the pulse of the gentleman, the right wrist. I didn't find anything.
Okay. Upon you doing that, you mentioned that you already called. Did you call for assistance for law enforcement from Miramar Police Department?
Yes, immediately.
And then, besides your attempt to render aid, did medical personnel eventually come out and attempt to assist the victims?
Yes, definitely.
Were you present for that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and were you present when they took the victims inside?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was the black male subject that initially approached you at this point?
So right as soon as you we parked the vehicle, there's like a decent sized sidewalk area for people to, pick which other door they want to go in. There's also a park bench. So while talking to him and trying to radio in and get information where this could have occurred, suspect information, where I need, other additional resources to go, he's standing next to me in that area, and then at one point I just have him sit down because he's just so, all over the place.
Did he ultimately identify himself to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the name that he provided?
I believe it's Cortland Henry.
Okay. And did he tell you where the circumstances surrounding how he ended up at the hospital?
So he advised he just left the studio with his friends in Fort Lauderdale, and that he wasn't familiar with the area, but he had just gotten off a highway because they're staying at a home somewhere near the hospital. After he got off the highway, he was stopped at a light, and then the car, he couldn't tell me exactly what kind of car it was, just started shooting at his vehicle. So he multiple times reenacting the story, he's going like this, because he's saying that he had to duck down in the driver's seat as he was driving to avoid being hit.
And again, along those lines, you said that it was immediately apparent as to the other victims inside the vehicle. Were you able to observe any injuries to Cortland Henry?
No.
Were you able to observe any blood?
No. I actually told him several times that he was lucky because for that many bullet holes, I was surprised he didn't get hit.
And you had worked a detail at Miramar Hospital prior to October 26, 2018.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you generally familiar with their video surveillance system?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had a chance prior to today to review the video surveillance?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, permission to approach?
You may.
I'm showing opposing counsel what's been pre-marked as States 8 for identification. Officer, do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize it?
My initials are on the top there.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the events that occurred back on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Any alterations or deletions based on your memory?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves into evidence what is pre-marked as States A as States 1.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Thank you. It will be admitted. Ladies and gentlemen, as you heard, this video has been accepted into evidence. Witnesses may testify about or refer to this or any other item of evidence during the remainder of the trial. This and all other items of evidence received in evidence will be available to you for your examination during your deliberations at the end of the trial.
Your Honor, permission to publish?
You may publish. Need the lights dim, Councilman?
Yes, Your Honor.
Excuse me. Can you see? Can you tilt the screen? Yes, sir. Hold on one minute.
And officer, before I play the video, I see that there are two angles present. The Pembroke West entrance, can you tell the jury, orient us to where that view would be?
So yes, so the hospital sits on the southeast corner of Pembroke Road and 162nd Avenue. So the hospital has multiple entrances to get to the property. There's an ER building on the north side and a medical office building on the south side. So this entrance that you're seeing now is actually facing Pembroke Road. You would go south to go to the ER from Pembroke.
I'm publishing now, Pembroke West entrance. And officer, so we don't have to go through the entire video, did you recognize the vehicle that just entered the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that the vehicle that you observed, that you testified to earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
Going to publish the outside ER entrance. What are we seeing on the screen right now?
So this is the sidewalk portion I was telling you about. Immediately on the bottom left corner of the screen, where you see those white dashes, that's where the cars drive through. The dashes are for them to see pedestrians as walking across. into the ER. Then there's a sidewalk portion, and these are the two doors of the ER. The left door on the left side of the video is the ER, the adult entrance, and the right is the pediatric entrance, but it's one big area. And then in the middle is the park bench. Right behind that glass is a security desk. I'm sitting in the middle of both of those doors.
And that subject that we see in the video,
That's the gentleman that approaches me.
continuing to publish. I'm going to pause the video at 4:36 and 11 seconds. We see a second individual in the video frame. Can you recognize that person?
Yeah, that's me.
Publishing, continue. I'm going to pause the video at 4:36:51. Is this the where you indicated to us earlier that you had him sit down, Cortland Henry?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, we can't see the Jeep in the video frame. Is that correct?
Yes.
The Jeep would be located at the bottom left, my left of the
Yes.
screen?
Yes.
Okay. And I noticed that you approached and you were talking into something. What was that?
That's my patrol radio.
Okay. Was that your how you were able to request assistance?
Yes, ma'am.
Continuing to publish.
That's me telling the security guard I need medical staff. Putting on gloves to check for ripples.
And I see you're continuing to talk to that subject that you identified as Cortland Henry.
Yes, ma'am.
They basically just looking at this the night of the shooting. This is this is the night of the shooting. This is the lady that, you know, that was working at the hospital or wherever that place was that they came into and whatever. Or she was talking to Bortland or some shit like that. This really just showing the night. It ain't nothing really major. And it is.
And I see at this point, it looks like some other officers are responding.
Yes, ma'am.
Are those officers at the Miramar Police Department as well?
Yes, ma'am. That's going to be Officer Natasha Torres. And that's going to be Officer Harrison.
Shout out to everybody in the chat. My bad, y'all. I had to restart the computer and get everything. I think somebody tried to sabotage a nigga stream, but it's good, man. Please do me one solid. Smash that like button. Let's get this bitch back bussing. Shout out to all the 350 people that was in here on the last live. I had to shut it down though, cause you seen what was happening. Shit was getting weird. But smash that motherfucking like game. If you did, thank you. In the morning, I got burgers on my mind. Burgers on my mind.
Excuse me, Sure.
I got burgers on my mind.
officer, I noticed that you continue to speak with Cortland Henry throughout the duration of the video. Why is it important that you were speaking with him?
So, trying to establish where this actually occurred. I'm asking him, told me the story, said he's not familiar with the area. So every time you see him going like this, he's finishing the story, but every time I'm asking him, and trying to ask him if he recognizes certain landmarks, and obviously I've been working for the city for a while, so I'm very familiar with geography. There's several highways that go through the city. So I'm asking him specifically, asking him about these landmarks, so he can narrow down which highway he actually came off of.
And was that information ultimately information that was conveyed to you, conveyed to the other Miramar police officers?
Yes. So that particular night, the way our schedule works, it's an overlap of both of our overnight shifts. So at that point, you have about approximately anywhere from 15 to 20 officers working the road. So because of that nature of the call, the entire city would respond to various job duties. So several would come to the actual hospital to work that crime scene, and as well as the primary officer to take over the investigation and detectives. And you have everybody else canvassing for evidence. So we have east to west, State Road 7, University, there's an exit for the turnpike, there's an exit for the turnpike on Red Road, and then I-75 and US 27. So everybody that wouldn't be at the hospital would be canvassing those intersections of major highways to see if they could find shell casings that would be evidentiary of where this occurred.
Okay. And did you remain on scene even after the video ended, the duration of the video, where other police officers arrived?
Yes. So my detail work is until 6 a.m. and accidents happen at 4 and change. So I'll be there until 6.
Were you charged with any other investigative duties?
No.
So this ends your involvement in the case?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, no further questions at this time.
Any cross?
Yes. May I?
You may.
Officer, when this person you've identified as Mr. Henry came in, did you notice that he was wearing a black hoodie?
Yes, sir.
And I assume that whatever he said would be documented in your report. Is that correct?
What it said initially, yes.
And the questions that you asked him, you would document his responses if he said anything, correct?
Whatever he responded to, I put out evidentiary-wise, I put it on the radio, but I did not write a complete report of our entire dialogue, no.
You did not.
Our entire dialogue, no.
You did not document the location or streets, signs in your report?
I didn't know exactly where this took place, so whatever I could put on the radio for the officers to canvass, I did.
Approximately what time was Mr. Henry taken to a patient room?
I don't know.
Were you aware he was taken to a patient room?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what officers or what doctors saw him?
No, sir.
Were you present when Mr. Henry left the hospital?
No, sir.
Are you aware that he left the hospital?
Eventually, I assume he had to leave the hospital, but I don't know exactly what time he left the hospital.
When this vehicle first arrived, it was nighttime, correct?
Yes, sir.
What time did you get off?
6 a.m.
Was it still dark outside?
I don't recall.
Do you recall anybody or any persons arriving other than police officers?
It's a hospital. They remember them shutting down the ER because of the situation. So anybody would be routed through the main hospital entrance to in and out. But in terms of law enforcement staff, you have other officers, detectives, crime scene techs.
I'm primarily asking you, by the time you got off at 6 a.m., did you see any civilians, not police officers, any civilians arrive at the hospital?
I don't recall. If they did, they could have been rerouted to the front.
Okay, but to your knowledge, there were no civilians that came where you were, correct?
Inside the crime scene?
No, inside the hospital, where we saw Mr. Henry walking towards your desk, or words to that effect.
So like I explained, the hospital entrance, the ER was shut down because of the nature of the crime scene. So it's still a hospital. To anybody who Googles it, it's open. So any civilians could have walked up to the ER and were rerouted to the front, but I wasn't in charge of the crime scene. I have no idea if anybody passed the threshold of the crime scene taken to that particular
The
area.
crime scene was the Jeep?
The drive-through, so including the Jeep.
Okay. Was the crime scene also inside the hospital where Mr. Portland Henry was?
Yeah, the whole ER was shut down.
Okay, so in other words, no one was allowed in that area that we saw.
Unless they were needing emergency care, that would go to another room, but the ER was shut down.
So I'm real clear. Do you know the names of all, did you document the names of all the officers and detectives that responded?
No, I didn't.
So we're perfectly clear. Could you stand up? You didn't see this young man getting out of the Jeep at any time, correct?
No, sir.
Fair enough. Could I have one moment?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. Nice meeting you.
Counsel, is there any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, briefly. Officer, when you're speaking into your radio or speaking to dispatch, is that logged in any manner?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that called?
That's the central dispatch radio traffic. It's public record, so anybody can request it, but it's documented.
So everything you were saying or everything you communicated from what Mr. Henry told you would be documented in your dispatch log?
Yes, ma'am.
The crime scene log that counsel just referred to as, were you charged? Was that one of your tasks that you were assigned?
No, ma'am.
In fact, you weren't assigned any duties, correct?
No, ma'am.
Your job began and ended with your detail and assisting the gentleman when he came in, Mr. Cortland Henry.
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Counsel, thank you. Is this witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. Thank you. Want to call your next witness?
State will call John Hetchen.
Okay, let me see. Let this motherfucker catch up. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Please hit the like. I felt like that bitch was gonna start lagging, so I just paused it just to give it a time to breathe. What is that? I want to know what's the. So it seems like they're just trying to blame this shit on the police, like their lack of investigating type shit. I don't know how that's. I don't know. I don't know how strong that could be. You feel me? That argument, but shit, we motherfucking we finna see.
Good morning. Are you John Hetchen?
Yes, sir.
Welcome. This is our witness stand. Come on up here for a second. When you get there, just remain standing. Raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you should give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please state your full name and for the record.
Full name is John Hetchen,
Please spell your first and last name.
John, and last name is Hettchen. Yep.
Have a seat. That microphone in front of you will not move back or forth. It just goes up or down. Just up or down.
Yes, sir.
You all set?
Yes, sir.
Counsel, you may.
Thank you. Good morning, Officer Hetchen. How are you today?
Good morning, how are you?
Very well, thank you for asking. Where do you work?
I'm currently employed with Boca Raton Police Department.
How long have you worked for the Boca Raton Police Department?
Going on 4 years.
What hats have you worn at Boca?
When I first started, I was assigned to road patrol, and now I'm assigned to their tactical team.
Prior to joining the Boca Raton Police Department, have you had any other law enforcement experience?
Yes, with Miramar Police Department.
How long were you with the Miramar Police Department?
A little over 2 years.
Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the type of training and education you had before becoming a police officer with Miramar?
Yes, I went through the academy. Did 6 months in the academy. Once I got out of the academy, did 3 to 4 months on FTO with Miramar Police Department, and then throughout my time with them, we had in-service training, which is additional training, on top of all that.
Any particular reason for switching to the Boca Raton Police Department?
Just personal reasons.
Back on October 26th of 2018, were you employed by the Miramar Police Department?
Yes.
What was your job description?
Road patrol.
Do you remember what shift you were working?
Yes, night shift.
And can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is the alpha or night shift?
Night shift, called midnights. I worked from 9 p.m. to 7 in the morning.
On October 26th of 2018, did you have an occasion to respond to Memorial Miramar Hospital?
Yes.
Why did you go there?
That was my assigned zone for the night. So I responded to that.
If you can explain to the ladies and gentlemen what you mean by assigned zone.
Each officer is assigned a zone for a specific area in the city. And Memorial Regional, or Miramar Memorial, happened to be my zone.
Do you recall about what time you arrived at the hospital?
Around 4:30 in the morning.
When you arrived, what did you see?
When I got there, I saw an SUV in the Sally Port area of the entrance of the hospital, the emergency bay. The doors were open to the vehicle. So I got out of the vehicle. I immediately saw hospital staff running back and forth to the vehicle. So I went over to assist them. When I got to the vehicle, I saw two victims, one in the right passenger seat, one in the back right passenger seat, appeared to be suffering from gunshot wounds. So what I did is assist hospital staff with quickly getting them to the stretcher and into the hospital to receive medical treatment.
After you did that, what was your job assignment there at the hospital?
After that, I stayed by the vehicle. At that point, we had a crime scene. So I started a crime scene log and stayed by the vehicle to make sure no one tampered with anything or anything of that nature.
Hey man, stop what you're doing and please smash that like. Smash the like if you did, man. I appreciate it, man. Let's get this bitch back busting, man. What's good with y'all, man?
When you said you started a crime scene log, you explained to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that is and how it works.
Crime scene log, basically, for this particular incident, one of the officers that arrives on scene, preferably one of the first officers that arrives on scene, starts a log. The log basically starts logging people in and out that who enter the crime scene. The crime scene being will set up crime scene tape. If anyone who enters the tape will get logged into the crime scene.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a copy of that crime scene log with you?
Yes, I do.
Could you be so kind as to name the individuals that are documented on your crime scene log?
Yes. First officer would be Officer Mengor.
When you do the documentation, do you put the times at which they enter and leave?
Yes.
Do you put a reason as to why they are on the crime scene?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. As to Officer Amangor, what time did she arrive?
I believe she was already on scene. She was the detail officer, so on the actual crime scene log, I just have her listed as the detail officer.
Okay. And the next officer that is documented?
Officer Torres.
After that?
Myself.
After that?
Officer Cox.
After that?
Officer Luna.
And in terms of the time frame that
Officer Cox.
we're at now, are we still before 5 a.m.?
Yes.
So after Officer Luna, who's next?
Officer Malad.
Who else?
Officer Valdez.
Then the next person on the list, who is that?
Holly Henderson, who is a security officer.
Do you document that purpose there?
Yes.
With regards to the time out, for Officer Amangor, do you document on there what time she left at?
I believe she stayed past the time I was there. I was relieved by another officer on scene who took over the crime scene log.
And do you recall about what time you turned over the crime scene log?
I believe it was around 6:30.
Can you tell based on the handwriting of the log as to which entries are yours and which are from someone else?
Yes.
So continuing on to the next officer or employee of Miramar Police Department that you documented on the crime scene log, who is that?
Sergeant Stepp.
Sergeant Stepp. After that?
I believe it was around 6:30.
After that?
Officer Torres.
After that?
Officer Cox.
And what purpose is Sergeant step in there for?
I believe he was one of the sergeants working at the time, and he was part of the investigation.
Okay. And the next individual that you documented?
Sergeant Bermudez,
After that?
Sergeant Worth,
Then who?
Officer Barrera,
After that, the next two detectives, who did you document?
Detective Bertrand, and Detective Moretti.
And as to those two detectives, what are the times of arrival for Bertrand?
Time in is 5:53, and Detective Moretti was at 6:02.
After that, there's another officer that's listed. Who comes next?
Officer Campbell,
After Officer Campbell, is that still all in your handwriting, or is that going to someone else?
I believe this goes to someone else.
Okay. So you stop at Detective Moretti at 6:02 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. So in terms of the crime scene, you said it was the area around the Jeep. Do you document each and every individual who's coming into the hospital?
No, I do not.
What types of things do you do to ensure scene security?
Crime scene tape, making sure people don't cross the crime scene tape, and then in and out of the hospital.
Did any civilians try and cross the crime scene tape while you were there on the outside?
There may be one or two that came up that we told that they can't come through.
And when I say civilians, are you including in that definition medical personnel and hospital staff?
Yes.
Any statements or recollection that you have of any interaction with Portland Henry, the driver of that vehicle?
I do not believe I had any conversation with him.
No further questions, Your Honor?
Others any cross to this witness?
One question, can I do it from here?
Yes, sir.
When you left at 6:45, roughly, it was still dark outside, wasn't it?
I don't recall.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Is this witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Judge? Can I read it?
I ain't gonna lie, Officer Cox is a crazy name, yo. Hey, Jason, I totally agree with you, bro. That nigga definitely got bullied in school, bro. And his shit probably like COX, but still, Officer Cox, like, yo, that is wild, bro. I know why he a police officer. Officer Cox. Cox in your mouth. Officer Cox in your mouth. There go Melly. What y'all think, man? Y'all think Melly coming home? Mama B, what's good, Mama B? Shout out to Mama B, man. How are you? This nigga Melly, boy, he got himself in some shit. She said only place Melly going to the chair. I'm surprised he not like super like buff or some shit. Like, cause he been locked up since what, 18? That's like 5 years or some shit. That nigga said, fuck that, I ain't working out shit. He going home. So I'm guessing this is like a recess real quick.
On the jurors' chairs to make it easier, so unless.
I think Derek can pass it out to him, sure. And you've seen the transcript as well, Mr. Howard?
We have not seen this. Well, we want to, we saw it, but I want to see what they're handing out to the jurors.
Please do.
Thank you. Exactly.
Your Honor, I assume that after the tape is played, Gary will collect those transcripts.
That's correct. They're not evidence per se. They don't go back with the jury and they don't hold on. But you've seen the transcript, is that correct? And it's not disputed?
If it's identical to what we received in the scope of this.
So
And I
you're
assume
good? Everybody's good? It's not disputed. I know Mr. Adelstein asked me to take a look at it, so I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. Mr. Adelstein?
It is identical. Based upon their representation, that it's identical to what we were given.
How many pages is it?
It's
20 pages, 25 pages about.
25 pages.
All right.
Based on their representation, that it's identical.
All right, so it's based upon that representation, you're not disputing it, and the instructions are like 2.6. We're going to read that at the appropriate time. All right, so Gary, you can just do one on each of their chairs?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I code for, Your Honor? Would you like a copy?
That's fine, I'll take it. Madam, you want? Counsel?
Yes, sir.
You gave me, I guess,
There are two statements. One is very short, one is longer.
perfect.
So I took off
And Counsel, you've seen both statements, is that right?
We're comparing them right now, but yeah, we
So
have,
you're-
there's a difference in the pagation, but I think it's, she just said she needs a font
But
bigger.
they're not being disputed.
There's
All right.
three of those statements.
That says the both statements, not being disputed.
So I'm just showing defense counsel before we start the exhibit previously shown to them.
What is that?
Do this, yeah.
Yes, pictures that we can have at the table.
Maybe, yeah.
Right, perfect.
Okay.
What is the phone?
That he got.
Christine?
Yes, sir.
You're not going to. Realize we got it till outside. Just so you.
Yeah.
I didn't realize the time.
All set? Everybody ready to proceed?
Yes,
Yes?
sir.
All right, call your, let's bring jury in, then call your next witness. re-entering. Thank you. Let the record reflect the approach of the defendant, his counsel, the state attorney, as well as ladies and gentlemen jury. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen jury, in your absence, I had Gary leave 2 transcripts on your chairs. We're going to get to those in a few moments. When it's appropriate, I'll ask you to open those up, and I'll have an instruction to read before we do that. But at this time, I'm going to ask the state to call its next witness.
Hector Bertrand, Your Honor.
Mr. Bertrand, please. Good morning. You are Hector Bertrand?
Yes, sir.
Welcome. Come on up here, please. When you get to that witness stand, just remain standing, raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you should give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
So state your full legal name for the record.
Hector Bertrand,
Please
Jr.
spell your first and last name for the court report.
Hector, E as in boy, Bertrand.
Thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Bertrand, that microphone in front of you only adjusts up or down, not back and forth, all right? See a little too high? All set, ready to go? Counsel, you may.
Thank you. Good morning. Could you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Retired detective, homicide detective, Hector Bertrand, during our police department.
Congratulations on your retirement. How long have you been retired?
About 2.5 years.
Prior to that, how long did you work for the Miramar Police Department?
28 years.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury some of the different hats you wore while employed for the Miramar Police Department?
Initially, after graduating the academy, I did a couple years in road patrol. Then there was a position open in Detective Bureau as like a training position that was going to be for 6 months and then go back to road. I never left the Detective Bureau. I did a couple years in juvenile and sex crimes. I did 10 years in undercover narcotics. And then the last 15 years was in homicide.
During the course of your time in the homicide unit, how many cases were you involved in the investigation of?
A lot.
Is there
I couldn't give you a number. A lot.
more than 100?
Yes.
With regards to the homicide unit back in October 26th of 2018, were you employed with the Miramar Police Department then?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen a little bit about the training and education classes you take while you're preparing yourself as a homicide detective.
I've taken a lot of classes. I couldn't name them all, but anywhere from in the narcotics, surveillance, court, advanced basic homicide, advanced homicide, some forensic classes, crime scene reconstruction, things like that.
So, drawing your attention to October 26th of 2018, did you have an occasion to become involved in a Miramar police case investigation documented under Miramar case number 18-10-06269?
I did.
What was your role?
Initially, I was called out as the primary detective, but we kind of had an agreement within our unit because I was only 2 years away from retiring, that any cases that would get assigned to me, that one of the other detectives would take over it and that I would assist to avoid having to come back. Well, it didn't work out.
So you still come back and testify in all your old cases?
Yes.
Okay. So, Detective, do you live locally still?
No.
I'm not going to ask you. So, going forward, do you remember about what time you got called out?
5 o'clock in the morning.
What types of procedures are in place? How do you get called out?
Typically, it's I would either get a call from the sergeant or I get a call from our dispatcher at the PD. In this case, I got a call from Sergeant Shaw.
Okay. Once you get that phone call, how long do you have before you must respond to the scene?
There's no real set time. It's just, from wherever you're at, you try to, put some clothes on or shower, so, and then prepare to go. So I think it took me like about 45 minutes to get to the scene.
Okay. When you arrived on the scene, who else was there?
Well, prior to going out to the scene, I actually called Detective Moretti, advised him that I had got called out, and so at that point, so that he could take the lead in the investigation. So when I got there, I got to the hospital. It was the first place I got there. There were some officers there at the scene, at the hospital. I spoke to them, got briefed. Detective Moretti showed up shortly thereafter.
Okay. With regards to individuals that you made contact with that were not law enforcement, do you remember speaking with an individual named Cortland Henry?
I did.
That statement of Mr. Henry, how many times did you speak with him?
I spoke to him twice. Both times were recorded. At some point towards the end of the first one, don't know if I got called out to something else or I just briefly walked away, turned off the recorder. Then I came back, asked a few more questions just to verify location, and
What up, y'all? I'm back.
wish I recorded that portion, but it was very short, maybe a couple minutes.
So I wanted to go back to set up the geography. You said you worked in Miramar for 28 years.
Yes, ma'am.
And during that time, did you become familiar with the areas of Miramar Parkway, I-75, US 27?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is the northern boundary between the city of Miramar, your jurisdiction, and Pembroke Pines to the north?
Typically, it's Pembroke Road, what divides Miramar and Pembroke Pines, Pembroke Pines Police Department, Pembroke Pines. But there are sections within the city that kind of encroaches like a block or two into Pembroke Road. That's on like the east side of the city by the turnpike. But other than that, it's Miramar, County Line to the south and Pembroke Road to the north.
No, he made Murder in My Mind before this shit even happened, like years before. It is crazy that he made that song, and that's crazy. That is weird, but
what side of Pembroke Road? If you're driving westbound, that could be considered Pines.
So then on the south side, the eastbound lanes, what are those typically?
Typically, it's considered Miramar.
Okay. Going all the way out to US 27, is that Pembroke Road border consistent from I-75 west to US 27?
Yes.
So I want to start and show you a couple of maps. I'm going to show you what's been previously shown to Defense Counsel marked as States B. Do you recognize that map?
Yes.
Does that map fairly and accurately
Excuse me.
depict, before you show the jury?
Can't show the jury.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
Does that map fairly and accurately depict the Miramar geography from I-75 through 172nd from Miramar Parkway north to Pembroke Road?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would request to move States B in as States 2 and publish.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's submitted.
If I may.
You may publish.
Thank you.
States
Okay.
B, mark States C.
So Detective Bertrand, this is a small version. I have a bigger version that's identical to make it easier for the jurors to see. Thank you so much. So a large copy of what's been shown as admitted as State C. If you could show on here exactly which area is I-75 and Miramar Parkway.
This is I-75, and there's an exit here from Miramar Parkway.
And what,
Gary, one second. Gary,
Yes, Judge.
can you move the screen back a little bit?
Yeah.
Thank you. You're welcome.
and Detective, could you be so kind as to step down so we can use the easel? Sure. Thank you. Counsel, do you need to move this? So if you could show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, where is I-75 and Miramar Parkway?
Right here. Yes, sir.
What direction does Miramar Parkway travel?
East and west.
Can you point out some of the locations on Miramar Parkway? I'm going to start with Bo Camper's Restaurant.
Okay, Bo Campers is, I believe, right around here.
Okay. You're pointing to an area north of a water feature.
Yes.
What other locations and restaurants are in that area?
There's a Marshall's around here. There's a Home Goods. There's a Chick-fil-A. There's a gas station here in the corner. There's a Benihana's. There's a Home Depot. Anthony's Cold Pizza. There's a bunch of places.
So you said Chick-fil-A and Home Depot. Those are the two I'm going to stick with over here. Okay. Moving along, can you show the ladies and gentlemen what is Southwest 160th Avenue on the map?
This is 160th, which is also Dykes Road.
Does the name change depending on the jurisdiction of which the city or county is in?
I guess, yeah, yes.
And
We know it as Dykes or 160th.
okay, moving further west, what's the next major intersection that's reflected on this map on the far left on Miramar Parkway?
The next major intersection is going to be over here, which is 172nd. On this side is Silver Lakes Development. Over on this side is the Miramar, the hospital, which is, I believe, here. And then there's a regional park. On this side, there's a Target here, a Winn-Dixie, Pollo Tropical, and liquor store.
Okay, so Pollo Tropical, you indicated, is on Miramar Parkway before 172nd, if you were headed
Yeah,
westbound?
it's right around here somewhere. I think this is Target,
Okay. Does 172nd run north and south?
north and south, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you show the ladies and gentlemen where is Pembroke Road on this map?
It's right up here, runs, again, east and west. There's no exit off of 75 to Pembroke Road, and goes out.
Okay. So I want to move on to what's been marked as State C for identification purposes. You have an opportunity to look at those maps prior to coming into court today. Don't let the ladies and gentlemen do a receipt.
Yes.
Detective, did those two maps fairly and accurately depict the intersections between 160th and 172nd in the first one, and then 172nd and 184th in the second map?
Yes.
To your knowledge and experience working in the city of Miramar, is it an accurate measurement that it is 1 mile between each of those two intersections?
I know for a fact the one from 160th to 172nd, because I actually measured that when we searched that area. The one from 172nd to 184th sounds about right, but I don't know for a fact.
Without saying exact, does that sound approximately correct in terms of the distance between the two intersections?
Yes.
Here at this time, the state would request a move states C in as states 3 and published to the jury.
Any objection?
Your Honor, we'd object to the extent that it might indicate that it's a mile when the witness said he cannot attest it.
Can I see the exhibit?
Unfortunately.
Yo, I'm gonna tell you this though. I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna let it play, y'all. I appreciate everybody that's in here right now, man. Please just hit the like button. You know, my shit ain't even monetized right now, but you know, I'm gonna come through for the clutch like y'all come through for me. We're gonna keep this shit solid, you know what I mean? It's no game, no game. Appreciate y'all.
Thank you. Anything else?
Yeah.
Objection overruled. It'll be admitted.
State C, or states number 3.
Just to be able to publish the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, slightly larger version of state C. This one is double-sided. Detective Bertrand, if you could indicate on here, you mentioned a Pollo Tropical. Do you point that out to ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Over here.
Okay. And you said a Chick-fil-A as well.
Chick-fil-A is going to be around here somewhere.
And if you can indicate here what intersection is to the right side where the yellow line starts at Miramar Parkway.
Over here, this is Dykes.
160th?
Miramar Parkway, 160th.
And at the far side, we're at
172nd and Miramar Parkway.
Okay. Going to the second part of states C. We're going there. Show the Pollo Tropical again, please, if you'd be so kind. Okay. And then the Sunset Lakes and Silver Lakes community you described earlier. Can you show where they are here?
This is going to be Silver Lakes here, and then over here on this side and this side is Sunset Lakes. Although this here is like a shopping center for Sunset Lakes, and there's another development here, I can't remember the name of it, but this here is Sunset Lakes and runs west.
And Sunset Lakes you're indicating is west of 184.
Yes, ma'am.
When you were speaking with Mr. Henry, did he give you an address at what location he was residing?
He did.
Do you recall that address as to where he was living?
It was in Sunset Lakes.
Okay. Is there anything that would refresh your recollection as to exactly what address was given?
In his statement.
Okay. So I'm going to first start, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States D for identification purposes only. Look at that and do not show that to the jury. Does that map fairly and accurately depict Miramar from from State Road, Pembroke Road at the north, south to County Line Road, from I-75 west to the western edge of the Sunset Lakes development?
Yes.
Here at this time, the state would request to move states D in as states 4 and
Any
request
objection?
permission to publish.
No objections.
It'll be admitted.
States D, or states number 4.
And so going to the larger version of State Steve, if you'd be so kind, Detective. The address of 18521 Southwest 44th Street. Was that address made familiar to you as part of this investigation?
Yes.
Can you indicate where that is on this map?
Well, to get there, you to go Miramar Parkway, and right around here is the entrance to the development, and then you can go in this way. I believe you can also go in through this side here. Over here is where the guard gate is here. I believe there's another guard gate down there somewhere.
So is it fair and accurate to say that this is Southwest 40th Street right here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the address of 18521 Southwest 44th Street, is that indicated with the yellow marking on this map?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a true and accurate depiction of where that address is in the city of Miramar?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would request that when the witness makes indications on the
Speaking
map,
objection.
Which comes sidewalk.
I was asking counsel previous about the exhibits that are smaller items of evidence that have been.
Oh, you said, hold on, the mic low? Hold on, my fault. Hold on. No, that bitch. Hold on. Oh, why I be doing that, bro? How I do that shit again? I gotta go here, right? I forgot how to do the decibel shit. I don't know, y'all. Fuck it. Fuck that shit. Y'all don't need to hear me no damn way. Fuck it. I'm just talking shit right now.
Admitted smaller versions of the map, and what's being shown to you are blow-up pictures of it. And so the state indicated that they were using these as demonstrative aids. And so what I want to tell you, though, is these blow-ups of the items that are actually in evidence are to assist the witness in explaining or illustrating his testimony. The testimony of the witness is the evidence. However, these demonstrative aids are not to be considered by you as evidence in the case unless they are later received as evidence. They should not be used as a substitute for evidence. The evidence is what's been previously marked the smaller version of it. Only items of evidence that have been marked in evidence will later go back to you during your portion during deliberations. So these blow-ups, these demonstratives, would not go back unless they're later received in evidence. All right? Sure.
thinking right there, boy. That's you ever go into, it's like you go off into a daze. Them be some of the most like deepest little moments a nigga might have right there. Nigga just like that nigga playing the drums on the table. That nigga not yeah. Nigga fighting for his motherfucking life, nigga. He probably rapping some shit in his head. That nigga in deep thought right there, bro. That's tough.
Okay, so Detective, we were talking about the address of the 18521 Southwest 44th Street, as well as the 40th Street entrance for Sunset Lakes.
Yes, ma'am.
So we're going to move on from this one. We previously talked about the jurisdictional borders of the city of Miramar going to US 27. I'm showing you what's been previously marked as States E for identification purposes. You can just look at that. The States E accurately depict Miramar from US 27 to I-75 from north of Pines Boulevard south to County Line Road.
Yes.
Here at this time, the state would request to move States E in as States 5.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
It'll be admitted.
States E mark states number 5.
And so the identical larger version of it here. So Detective Bertrand, if you could show here, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, where is I-75 on this map?
Again, I-75 is here.
And just so it's clear for the record, that's the yellow indication road with the 75
It's
on it?
going north and, yeah, north and south.
Okay. And in terms of the Pembroke Road, can you show where that is on this map?
Pembroke Road is this one here. This one's Miramar Parkway, and this is Pines Boulevard. And the county line is down here.
And the county line, is that C9 canal down there at the bottom?
Yes.
Is the Pines Boulevard marked on the map accurate?
Yes.
Is Pembroke Road as indicated and marked on the map accurate?
Yes.
Is Miramar Parkway is marked and written on the map accurate?
Yes.
And the bottom of the map with the C9 canal, it's not labeled, but is that an accurate depiction of the southern boundary of Miramar?
Yes.
Going out to US 27, can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury which roads connect from Miramar to US 27?
The only road that it actually, it looks like over here in Pembroke Road it does, but it doesn't. So the only way you can go to US 27 is you have to actually go into Pines Boulevard and head west, and then this is US 27th, and then when you get there you make a left and you go southbound.
Okay.
Yes, southbound.
Now that we've established some of the jurisdictional boundaries, I want to get back to your investigation in this case. So when you're at the hospital, you indicated you took a recorded statement from an individual by the name of Portland Ynw.
Yes.
Was that statement audio recorded?
Yes.
Was the Miramar Police Department using body-worn camera footage at any point in time in 2018? And if you don't know, please let me know.
I don't know. Detectives didn't wear body cameras. I'm not sure if Road Patrol did or didn't. But the detectives did not, and I believe they still don't.
And so is there any video recording of this statement?
No.
Prior to coming into court today, did you have an opportunity to review that statement?
Yes.
Your permission to approach?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been previously marked as States F for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that disc?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize that disc?
That's my initials and date.
Those contents fairly and accurately represent the statements that you reported to the court in Henry on October 26, 2018.
Yes, ma'am.
Any additions or deletions?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would request to move states F into evidence and publish for the jury.
No objection.
It'll be admitted.
States F will be marked states number 6.
Y'all say
Your Honor, at
shit
this time, it would be appropriate for the instruction.
We're going to publish
2.6.
the one item now, correct?
Yes,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
ladies and gentlemen, regarding the use of these transcripts of recordings, you are about to hear recorded conversations. These recorded conversations are proper evidence, and you may consider them just as any other evidence. You are also being furnished transcripts of the recorded conversations. The recordings are the evidence, and the transcripts are provided to you only as a guide to help you follow as you listen to the recording. The transcripts are not evidence of what was actually said or who said it. If you notice any difference between what you hear on the recordings and what you read in the transcripts, you must rely on what you hear, not what you read. You may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What's good, Joe Martin? Joe Martin Associates, welcome back, man. What's good with y'all?
Starting with
Hey, please stop what you're doing right now and smash that motherfucking like button one time for the one time we about to listen to these phone calls or these recordings actually. Let's get it.
the shorter of the two.
That's the last portion of it.
So then we will go to the 25-page, or the 24-page transcript first.
Yes, that's the first. Let's begin.
Henry? What's up, man? How you guys doing? Hey, my name is Detective Bertrand. This is Detective Mark Moretti. We're here to talk to you about what happened. Listen, you need to be straight up with us and tell us where this happened. Okay? My understanding, you told these officers something, but the evidence doesn't show that it happened there. So what happened? Right off the exit. Right off the exit. When we got to the lake. Okay, tell me what happened. When I was playing music, getting off the exit. I was already getting sleepy. Almost home. You know what I'm saying? And like, it's out of nowhere, like, gunshot, you know what I'm saying? So then I ducked down, you know what I'm saying? In the car. And I almost cut. Let me back you up a few minutes. Where were you coming from? From Fort Lauderdale. Fort Lauderdale Studio. Which way did you take? I took I-75, 595 to 75. Then you took 75 south? That's what, if you come from Fort Lauderdale and you take 595, yeah. So you get off, and you get on the expressway, right? Yeah, so yeah, that's what I'm saying. Okay. And then we got off in Miramar exit. And then when I got past, you know, the little 3-turn signal? Yeah. When I got past that. Which turn signal were you in? Which turn lane were you in? I was getting off the exit. When I got off the exit, after that light, when you make the right, I came down. You know what I'm saying? I was coming down to the light. You know what I'm saying? And as I'm passing through the light, you know what I'm saying? But what lane were you in? I was in the left lane. I was in the left lane. The left, he's on the far left side. Yeah. Okay. And so you were already turning on the Miramar Parkway, or you were starting to say I was already off the exit? Yes. Off the exit. Already off of the exit. You know what I'm saying? I made the right. Okay. Three turns, right? Yes. Okay, I went through there. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Went through there.
When you going west or east?
I was going, like, west is this way, right?
No. Okay.
What, actually, what house, where are you going? I was going to a house. Where's your house at? The house is over in Silver, right by Silver Lake. Okay. 1805 21 Southwest 44th Street. Over, I can't really like.
What is it?
It's 1805.
1805?
Yes, 1805. 21 Southwest 44th Street.
What?
44th Street.
Okay, so you were going west. Okay, because you're saying that you made a right.
Like getting off the expressway, you make a right to go west. You know what I'm saying? To go west. If you're coming south on 75, you take the west.
Okay, yeah, you make a right.
There's 3 turning lanes that go right. That's
Okay, so you made a right. Can you get to Dice?
I'm not down. I don't know.
Okay, once you make the right off of 75, the exit, there's another light there. There's, that's where the shopping center is. On the right-hand side, there's a shopping center.
Yeah, you talking about like Chick-fil-A and stuff like that? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I got like around that area, and I started hearing when I heard it, like, it was like, you know what I'm saying? I felt it, and I almost crashed the car. You know, so I hit the little bit. But, you know what I'm saying, I almost crashed the car, and I stayed up for a little bit. I couldn't really see anything. I couldn't really see anything, because I'm like trying to avoid from getting shot. Like, I'm blessed to be here right now. Like, like, I don't know, like.
Yeah, and you didn't hear anything, they didn't yell anything was said?
Man, I was, like, the car was still rolling forward, you know what I'm saying? So I'm trying not even, you know what I'm saying, I'm trying to stay safe, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to even get hit. I'm scared, you know what I'm saying, for my life.
I ain't gonna lie, yo, this nigga, I think that's supposed to be the dude, Courtland. That nigga sound like he lying like a Yeah, cause when the nigga keeps saying, you know what I'm saying, you see, like he just, I don't know. Could he just got a lawyer to talk about that or something? Or would that would look guilty? I feel like they should have got a lawyer for any type of questioning, right?
I don't know. And College Road, I don't know what college, which way it went, you know what I'm saying? Nothing.
You have the description of the car?
That's what I'm saying. I didn't see anything. Like, I was.
Here's the hard part, what we're having a hard time to understand, is that we shut down that entire area, and we had officers shoulder to shoulder walking out. They didn't find as much as one shell casing. They didn't find one piece of glass. Nothing. Nothing to what you said adds up. And it's hard.
Well, I'm telling you, bro, that's like it.
I mean, for whatever reason, your 2 friends died. Are these your good friends?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. These are
these your 2, I'm assuming close friends.
Yeah,
and you're doing them an inservice by not telling us the truth.
I'm telling you the truth, man. I don't like how. What do you want?
How do you make shell casings disappear?
I don't know. I cannot tell you about a shell case, and I'm driving, ducking for my life, trying to make sure I don't get hit. And you telling me, you telling me about this shit. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to make sure I don't get hit. I'm driving. I'm trying to make sure I don't get hit. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to be worried about it. You know what I'm saying?
I know it's not for you to worry about.
Shit crazy, bro.
But if you tell me it happened there's got to be some evidence there. There's going to be broken glass, just like there's broken glass over here from when you guys opened the doors and stuff like that. Okay, there's going to be broken glass over there when the windows got shot out. There's going to be casings from the
people shooting at your car. Okay, there's going to be evidence over there. Okay, right now, there's nothing. Okay, now, I kind of think I know what happened because I got information that something else happened on the east side of the city in Pembroke Parks, but which sounds similar to your thing, but you need to tell it. You need to be straight up with us, okay? Listen, I know you may be maybe you're scared, but like Mark said, you're doing your friends a disservice. We can't do our job.
I'm not doing no disservice. I'm telling you the straight up honest truth. Like I can't. What can I like tell you if I'm ducking for my life? My head's over here, steering wheel's here. I'm trying to make sure I'm like, you know what I'm saying? But like I'm keeping the car straight by hitting median. You know what I'm saying? God, that shit fucked me up, bro.
Let me ask you this.
I look up and see them like how they looking. What you think I'm like looking for a car? No, hell no. I'm trying to.
Alright, well, let's just forget about where it happened. Let's just put that on the back burner for a little while. Let's talk about why. Are you having issues with anyone?
I mean, we are upcoming artists and stuff, so technically, like we have been having like, you know what I'm saying, like people like, when you like start doing better than people, they start hating and stuff. You know what I'm saying?
So you had some jealousy issues.
Yes, like jealousy issues, but also like it's crazy because people they don't try us. You know what I'm saying? They talk like on social media, you know what I'm saying? But they see us and, you know what I'm saying,
it's easier for them to talk shit on social media than it is to your face.
You know what I'm saying?
So who's been talking shit on social media?
I haven't really been on that, but like my friend that's passed away now, I'm just so. He was telling me like, right, he always was telling me right, how people, just like today, he was telling me some folks from up our way.
What's up your way?
Like Vero Beach, like that's where I used to stay. You know what I'm saying? So I grew up there. So that's our hometown. You know what I'm saying?
So what did your friend say about from Vero Beach? What did he say to you?
He was saying he basically just like they don't know like Instagram, just Facebook like snippets, basically like folks like that's like don't even really like I don't know. They were just hating basically.
First of all, if you're up and coming, in the music business, you're going to be all over social media. That's how you make your mark.
Yeah.
So I know you know more about what's going on social media. You may not know where this happened.
I'm not big. I'm a big on it. I don't even have a phone, so I'm not like on it like how I'm just working, making music. You know what I'm saying? Making music and stuff. Raw, that's what we're all doing. I don't really be into that stuff. I'm trying to feed into it because like.
What's the name of the room and stuff?
YNW.
What is it?
YNW.
YNW?
Yeah, but like, I already have a lot of other stuff going on in my life.
Like what?
Like I be having like that my home stuff back down south. I mean up top north from Vero Beach because she has to stay with a friend right now, and my little sister staying with her. My little sister trying to grow up fast and stuff like that.
So you support them?
Yeah, I support them.
How you support them?
When they music stuff, my own with sign, he kind of like contributes. Yeah, my mom like it more.
With Anthony Williams, what's his nickname? Yeah, what do you call him? I'm sure you don't call him Anthony. What do you call him? Seth? How you spell that?
S-A-K.
S-A-K? And that's how he's known on social media as Seth? What about Chris Thomas?
Julie?
No. Julie. J-U-V-Y.
J-U-V-Y. And what do you know as?
I'm just known as my name.
My man?
My name. They call me my name.
My name?
My name.
By your name? Of course. Okay.
Look, he laughing. Y'all see him laughing, bro. I knew he couldn't hold it in forever, yo.
Let me show you this real quick. Okay. I'm not a great artist, but this is the exit to I-75. Okay. You said you made it right here. These are the lights. This is the exit. This is Miramar Parkway. This is Chick-fil-A.
That's like
the gas station.
That's like the curve. You part that curve.
Yeah.
And
that goes like that. Yeah.
It's like on down. You know what I'm saying?
Huh?
It's on down.
So did you pass Chick-fil-A?
Yeah, I passed.
Did you pass this light here?
Yes, that's what I was telling you. I passed.
Oh, so you passed that light?
Yeah, I got on down. That's what I was telling you. I got on down.
Did you hear the Chili's?
Where's Chili's? Like Polo Tropical.
Polo Tropical's on the other side of 75.
No, they have one. They have a new one. Close to 172.
Hey, do me a favor.
Yeah, they have one.
Go to Google Maps. I can't do it on my phone.
Awesome.
Yeah, all right.
It's close to 172.
You know where the Target is at?
That's where the Pollo shop is. That's
Where the new Pollo Tropical is being built?
That's the book.
Okay, the new one that's being built on Miramar Parkway. Did you get to that place?
Yeah, I got around the area.
Is that where the shooting happened?
Close to 172.
So you know where Target is at?
Yeah, I know.
The Target?
About Polo Tropical. I know. I just.
Okay, so is that where you were at?
Yes, sir.
Where the shooting happened?
Yes, sir. I was just telling y'all that's why I got off the exit and stuff. I got off.
Okay, so you got off the exit. At this point, was there a car following you that you noticed prior to? Did you guys have a beef with anybody on the highway? Like a road rage type thing or anything? Okay, so now you get off, you pass Dykes. The shooting hasn't happened yet. Or did it happen yet?
You passed Chick-fil-A.
Did the shooting happen?
I got on past the light and
So at the time that you passed Chick-fil-A, did the shooting already happen or no?
No.
Okay.
You said at the time I passed it,
Yeah.
like a little after, you know what I'm saying? Just a little after.
Okay, so you passed the light over here, the second light. After you passed the exit, there's a light there. You turn right.
Bro, this police is just this. I heard this interview before, like on an old clip or some shit, but he is just maneuvering that nigga into fucking up. Like, so you went over here. He's like, bro, nigga should have said where my lawyer at or something, bro. Ain't that nigga in the hospital? I can hit it. Like, come on, man.
Right, then there's an intersection there. So you were past the intersection. The shooting hadn't happened yet. Is that what you're saying?
And then I got right on past the light. Follow me?
Mm-hmm.
Right on past the light, sir. And no bullshit, bro. No bullshit. Oh my God. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And I swerved a little bit, hit the median, but like the car's still rolling, and like I'm still ducking. I'm trying not to be seen. You know what I'm saying? In the car.
Did you hit anything else other than the medium? Because you got damage to the hood of your car. The damage to the hood of the car was already there?
Yeah, on the trip. Yeah, on the trip. Georgia. Somebody had to get around. It's crazy, bro. Yeah,
You know, after you pass, there's Chili's, then there's a park, Miramar Regional Park.
I think Chili's like no, right?
Huh?
It's like you can't really see Chili's, right?
Yeah, it's kind of like a little bit hidden, you know, because there's like a little berm that kind of, there's a little shopping strip there, there's a whole bunch of little restaurants, and then there's the regional park. Then after the regional park is where the Target is at, and the new Pollo. We're just trying to figure out, you know, for you to give us a little bit better pinpoint where you think it happened. Was it before the park or after the park? The regional park?
It was like right,
Hey, how about if you get in the car and you show us? You want to do that?
I guess, bro. You know, we can't. But like, after that, like, I'm this shit, like, it's like bringing my anxiety and shit. Like, I can't, like, they're really dead right now. I just seen these men in the car, dead, bro.
You don't have a cell phone?
No, sir.
Do you know where they live? Your friends?
They stay with me.
They stay with who?
They stay at the same place.
They stay at this house? Okay. How old are they?
One's 21, one's 20.
Who's 21? Anthony's 21?
Yeah.
And Chris is 20?
I think so. I don't know, they say they I know Anthony's 21, so.
You can't give me any names that you guys were beefing with your other friends on social media? Anything recently came up? I'm sure they're gonna talk to you about it.
We trying to, not really, because like,
What do you use for social media? What sites?
what I use,
Yeah.
I just be on like Instagram. Really, that's the only thing I be on. They be on everything else. They be on everything.
What's your Instagram name?
YNW. Yeah.
YNWM?
Huh? YNW band.
Band? B-A-N-D?
BAM. When I ask me.
Just to help us figure out what's, you know,
Like the beat and stuff.
yeah.
Y'all not really seeing it on my page. Like, my page is like,
Yeah, but then we'll get your friend's page, we'll get your friends.
What up, Sandy? What up, yo? Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Appreciate everybody pulling up, man. We in here watching day one of the Ynw Melly trial, his double murder case. We listening to a recording of Ynw Bortland in the hospital after the whole situation happened. This is basically the police just interviewing him right now, that night of type shit. And to me, in my opinion, he said way too much. He should have been like, nigga, I'm in the house. I need a lawyer, nigga. Like, what are y'all talking about, nigga? Like, fuck, you feel me? So, I don't know, man. There's a lot of crazy little evidence in here, yo. So, there's a lot of internet and a lot of cell phone evidence, and that shit is never good, bro. Because that shit tracks shit. It's like a footprint. It's like a digital footprint. You feel me?
oh, okay.
Smash that like button, man. If you did, I appreciate you.
What about Anthony's?
What's good, Amaretta?
YNW?
S-A-K, Jason,
Sack Chaser?
all together.
That's my thought. I think he should be worried. I would be worried, bro. This is a very serious
Chris
case.
and Anthony, are they both from Vero Beach too? Where are they from?
Anthony's from Atlanta.
Yeah. You don't have the parents, like Chris's mom's name or Anthony's mom's name, or that?
Anthony's mom's name is Jana.
Jana?
Yeah.
Jada? J-A-D-A or A-A? Thomas? What about Anthony? Oh, Jana is Anthony's? What about Chris's?
Do they live here or in Barrow? The mom?
Who lives with you at 18521 Southwest 44th Street?
Them two. Janelle. His brother.
Jamel's brother?
My cousin, Jacoby, agent.
What's Jamel's last name? What is it?
Demon. And look, and I don't think that helped neither that nigga last name is Demon. Like, you pronounce it Demons, but nigga, that shit just look crazy. I would have told them niggas, I would have changed my last name. Y'all not gonna put that on my shit. I already look crazy with these motherfucking tattoos, murder on my mind and all this crazy shit. And I'm a demon. Now Demon is my real name. Demons.
And they haven't had enough calls with anyone lately? Who? Your roommates.
I'm done what I'm saying, like everybody, then people been saying like stuff is squashed and stuff like that. And
They said stuff was squashed?
people have said stuff was squashed.
Who was it squashed with?
People that don't even, like, I know they.
Which would just, enlighten us. Phil was saying, helps us to know a little better. Who were you beefing with that it got squashed? Who was that? What's the old homeboy's name?
Like, his name is Bentley.
What is it? Bentley? That's his real name? That's just who you call him?
That's his real name.
And where's he from?
He's from Ynw Beach.
Have you seen him down here recently?
We did get jumped in Walmart
When?
a couple months back, so but I don't know who the kick guys were.
Which Walmart?
The one right here in Emerald Pine.
The Walmart close to your house?
Like, yeah.
Is that the one in Pembroke Pines?
Yeah.
Did you guys report it?
Nah.
Who jumped you? Was he inside the Walmart or out the front or what? Who was it?
I don't know, it was kids, I don't know their names.
You talking about the Walmart on 184th and Pines Boulevard?
They said they called the police.
Did you remember talking to the police that day or no?
No, we didn't talk to the police.
You just left. What was the beef was inside the store? I mean, when you say fought, just fist or anything else? Any weapons shown in there? Was it safe to say you beat them?
Well, I really got me. We got 2 dicks and like they stole, like my homeboy's chain popped and they picked it up and they started like flexing on me on Instagram. So whatever.
Do y'all believe Ynw Bortland? You think he telling a true story, or you think this is a cap story? This is his alibi when he was in the bed, in the hospital bed. And please hit that motherfucking like button, man. We got 107 people in this bitch, man. I appreciate every last one of y'all, man. This shit looking crazy.
After the fight, they
So this was on Instagram?
Yeah, they posted it on Instagram. I think they deleted it because
who is that?
I think the people that took it, I think they deleted the video, deleted their Instagram, all that. Like, it's crazy.
Remember the names? What was the
Nah, that's
names?
what I'm saying. I ain't know who they was. Period. I'm not from dying. They was from dying.
But you know it was, but you knew it was on social media posting.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I seen the post, but like, of course, anybody can go on Instagram and you know what I'm saying, simply just go on Pembroke Pines and beautiful is gonna pop up, you know what I'm saying? Or like it's like my homeboy, he's like big, you know what I'm saying? He's big, you know what I'm saying? Who's your homeboy? He's recording out. His name is Geographic.
Is that good one, Jamel?
Yeah.
He's known?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We didn't know, we don't know, like, we didn't know him. Like, it just came up out of nowhere. So, like, what I'm saying is, we didn't, like, know what it was. Like, it was like, I know it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, almost like, you know how you just go to the store or something and, like.
Hey, that's a good point, yo. And I was thinking that, too. Walmart would definitely have the video of them. That's why I'm like, that nigga, listen, you shouldn't have said a motherfucking thing, nigga. Because everything that you say, nigga, they can prove it against you. Like, it prove you out to be a liar if you was making up, even if you just making up some story. Like, for something like this, where niggas done got killed and shit like that, this is fucking serious, nigga. This is dead serious right here. A nigga done got killed. 2 motherfuckers got killed. This ain't no dope case. This ain't no weed case.
And like, alright, say you go in the store and you just feel like something happened. You know what I'm saying? And like your instinct tell you, and like you just, you know what I'm saying? That's what happened. Like we just call them when they bent the corner, and it just happened like that. Like, and they ran out the store like when they got it.
You have any affiliation with any of the gangs?
No, sir.
Nothing at all?
No, sir.
How about your friends?
No. None of us affiliated with gangs. We just record much.
Let me ask you,
Y'all
did you, huh?
Y'all
That's the keys to your car? Yeah, just put them over here. Have you fired a gun today? You know they're gonna be able to tell, right? Okay. I'm asking you. I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm just asking you because if somebody was shooting at you, you know, and you shot back, that's self-defense. So there's nothing wrong with that. Okay. Actually, the law allows you to do that. But I just want you to be straight up with me, okay? Because if we test your hands and stuff, it's going to tell us if you shot a gun today.
I was shooting a gun today. I was driving.
Are there going to be any guns in the car? Were you guys just smoking out when you guys were in the car driving?
No, they no, it was like when I got on close to the exit though, they was like damn, this, you know what I'm saying?
Well, because the car reeks, you know, of weed, so. Okay, I just want to know, you know.
I'm saying straight, like I'm saying, cause I don't have nothing live, like them.
Right. You guys doing any dope deal gone bad, and that's why this happened?
And you guys work. How do you guys support yourself?
My homeboy is assigned to court.
Jamel?
Yeah. That's how you're paying for the rent for the house and utilities and everything?
Yes, sir.
Who's he signed with?
He signed up 300.
Hold up.
With 300?
I'm assuming that's a rental car?
Yes.
Who's the car manager?
Well, our manager.
What's that?
Our manager.
Which one's your manager? What's his name?
I don't know, it's like Francis, something.
Your manager? You know?
I'm calling my nickname.
This nigga still, I mean, what the fuck, bro? Yeah, Andre, this the first day, bro. This the first day. This is the first day, man. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Please, please, please smash that like button one time. That's all I ask, man. They YouTube hating on me and shit. They didn't fucking demonetize me for no fucking reason again. So all I ask is please smash that like button, man. Shout out to everybody in the chat, all my mods, Aldine. Shout out to everybody that's new. If you want to stay tuned in, hit that subscribe button, hit the notifications. We definitely gonna be covering. You know, that's what we do. If you already know, you know. You feel me? I hear y'all. I see y'all saying some crazy shit about him and Sack Chaser was in a secret relationship. Where the fuck did y'all get that from? I never heard that. That's weird as fuck. Like that sound like I don't know. That's crazy.
And I just met him like this shit. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't gonna like just know the name. But his name is Track.
It's what?
It's Track.
Track?
Track.
Yeah.
That's track 100, 100K track.
Is there anything else you would like to provide us that would help us for your friend's sake? This is the point. That anything you're involved in, anything illegal, you tell us, it's fine. It's a wash at this point. But we need to know the full story for Anthony and Chris's sake.
Yeah, we don't care, man, as far as that. All we care about is your friends, who shot your friends, right? We're homicide detectives, so I don't care if you were doing a drug deal. I don't care if you had a beef with somebody. I'm just telling you, you know, I don't care any of that shit.
No.
All I care about is solving your friend's homicide.
No, it wasn't nothing like that, bro. I told y'all the story, and that's it, bro. I don't even talk about it no more. Like, bro, I told y'all. Like, I don't know.
Okay. Just so you know, all right, because you're saying, well, I don't want to talk anymore. There's going to be a lot more questions. You know, and we're not trying to piss you off. The thing is, we don't know your friends.
Yeah.
So the reason we have to ask all these questions, because the more we know about your friends, your lifestyle, your friend's lifestyle, your friends, his friends, and the circumstances surrounding today, the more, you know, the easier it's going to be for us to try and solve this. Okay, if we don't get any information, you know, it's... Let me throw this out to you, okay? And just be straight up, man. Just be this is an honest answer, and I would respect you, okay, by just telling me the truth, even if it's something that I don't want to hear. But I respect the truth rather than BS, okay? And it's a simple question. If you knew who did this, okay, you may or may not know. If you knew who did this, would you tell me? It's either a yes or no question. Answer.
Honestly?
Yeah, honestly. The truth. You wouldn't?
Because I wouldn't want to be a part of it. I wouldn't want to be.
Okay. I respect that.
Yo, this nigga, this officer, is this against the law? Like, could they be going, this nigga's on a hospital bed, like, I can't remember if they read him his rights and shit, like, you got the right to remain, or they just started just talking to this niggas, they full on interrogating this nigga. Tell me something, yes or no, tell me if you going, he should never said nothing. See, now they trying to, you feel me, they trying to get him to talk, because they feel like he already comfortable with talking with them, you feel me, and already trying to, you feel me?
I respect that.
I don't like it. It's a lot of colors. I'd be a kid.
Because you rather just handle it within you guys? Okay.
I don't know how I feel right now. Like, I'm so fucked up right now. Like, I don't know. I'm sorry for my language, you know what I'm saying?
That's right,
like, this shit making me emotional, bro. Like, I ain't been asleep since yesterday, bro. You know what I'm saying? This shit just really just fucked me up, bro. You know what I'm saying? And then y'all gotta take my shoes, and I just got them bitches back from somebody that goddamn took them from me. You know what I'm saying?
Someone took your shoes?
Yeah, and I had to give them back, and I had to clean them up.
Who took your shoes?
My homeboy had them took them, and I had to go get them, and he had to fuck them up, man. I just cleaned them yesterday.
He stole from you?
He like kind of like switched them out, like his shoes weren't nothing compared to them.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
He lives with you or is
Nah, he just came down there just to, you know what I'm saying, just to, because he makes music too.
Mm-hmm.
So he came down there just to get for you know what I'm saying?
Hey, your house or at the recording studio? Hey, where's the recording studio at?
I don't know the exact like location, you know what I'm saying, because it was my first time being there. You know what I'm saying? They brought me there.
Mm-hmm.
So like,
give me some landmarks.
I know it was in the Dale, like that's probably like
In the where?
In Fort Lauderdale.
Mm-hmm.
That's like
You know what exit off from 95? Do you get off 95? Is it on East?
Yeah, it's off of 95. I think it's like, is that Oakland or something like that?
Oakland Park?
Yeah, I think something like that. I had they come home, use their phone.
Yeah.
How long
Well, we're trying to help, you know, we're friends.
I know
what happened.
I know.
So, you know, I mean, with my friends,
It's just like I can't like you know like you if you was there.
Look, hold on. That's false information. That's false. I Save Harlem. You always got it's called Miranda rights, nigga. You always have the right to remain silent. Always, nigga. I don't know who told you that, but that's a fucking lie. Yeah. So anybody, if you get run into them, you always have the right to remain silent. And if they don't read your Miranda rights, they violate. You can win a case by them not reading your Miranda rights to you. You can beat a whole case. You could be completely guilty and still beat the case because they didn't. It's fruit from a poisonous tree. They didn't follow the procedure the right way. I know a nigga who beat a joint like that. All because they didn't read him his Miranda rights. And he had the gun. He ain't really, the gun was near him. He said the police planted the gun. So between that and they didn't read him his rights, the judge threw that shit out. He was like, y'all fucked up. The police fucked up. You always have the right to remain silent, nigga.
And you was inside. I understand, you know, getting shot at, I'm sure it's not a fun thing. I've been shot at too, so I definitely know. But I definitely would want, you know, to find out.
Nigga, you know how many times I've been to jail, nigga? What are you talking about? Nah, it's anywhere. They just violating y'all in NYC, nigga. They always you have the right to remain silent, nigga. You do, bro. You might just gotta go to jail and get you a lawyer, but that don't mean that you're gonna be they gonna let you go. But yeah, you probably gotta go to jail, nigga, cause there ain't no interview. You feel me?
Or help the police as much as possible. You know, because listen, the bottom line is, man. You know, I know you're mad and you want revenge and all that kind of stuff, but the reality is, what's it going to bring to you? A momentary satisfaction? I'm just saying, what would that bring to you? A little bit of satisfaction, but then you get caught, and then you end up, you know, in jail. Maybe you killed them, they're suffering or whatever is done and over, they don't get justice through the law, but then you end up in jail. You know, so who won? You know, is the truth, you know? They win. Because now instead of killing 2 people, they essentially kill a third, because once you go to jail for life for killing somebody, then your life is essentially over too. So, you know, you gave them the satisfaction of taking out the entire car.
I'm not thinking of retaliation, man. I was trying to meet my mom and my sister, and that's what I was right there. I was trying to say, that's I heard what you get. You know what I'm saying? I heard what you get. The dude is 2 people you grew up with. You know what I'm saying? That shit hurt.
How long have you known?
Yeah.
Anthony and Chris, like how many years? 5 years? How did you guys meet? Was it school or was it school? Or just do music this?
With Your Honor's permission, may I publish the last short clip?
It's in evidence, correct?
Yes.
You may.
When you came down, so you didn't get off on 75. I mean, you got off on 75 when you came down. You didn't get off. You didn't come from like 95 and get off on Hollandale.
I came from Fort Lauderdale, you drive 95 first. You get
Right.
on the Sawgrass Expressway.
Right. You got 595.
And then it's like Florida, it says the Florida International, you know what I'm saying? And then I got on the expressway. I got on the expressway take you all the way to Miramar, you know what I'm saying? So I got on the
Okay, so you took 95.
Shout out to everybody in the Chinat, man. Shout out to everybody in the Chinat, man. Please smash that like if you did. I appreciate you times 10. We've been rocking in this bitch. We in this motherfucker about 4 hours. So from the last one to this one, rocking like cut off stocking, nigga. Shout out to the Snow Gang, nigga.
South. Then you went, you're saying 595?
595
to 75?
Yeah.
And then south on 75 and got off on the Miramar exit off of 75. Okay. Which is where the Bow Campers is and all that. Yeah, okay.
You said Bow Campers?
Bow Campers, restaurant Bow Campers. I've It's lit up. It's lit up. Yeah. It's like a little big restaurant. Yeah, lake around. Okay, I know what it's called. Yeah. Okay. All right, we'll draw some stuff here real quick, and as soon as we're done, we'll give you all the draw. Okay. All right. What's the big one?
Thank you, Council. Does that conclude the publication?
It does, Your Honor.
Thank you, Gary. Could you collect the transcripts from the ladies and gentlemen jury, please? Ladies and gentlemen, pass the transcripts, both of them to the bailiff, please, Gary.
Your Honor, this would be a logical place to take a break.
Okay, good looking, Slime News. Good looking, bro. I had to get some coffee, bro. Been this bitch.
You have more, Gary?
Yes, sir.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, this is what we're going to do. It's now 12:40. We're going to take our luncheon recess. Remember the admonition that I gave you previously. You are not to discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case in your presence or no research. Just leave your notepads on your chairs. We'll see everybody back at 2 o'clock, all right? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Have a nice lunch. Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury stepped out. Counsel remained, along with the defendant. Anything to discuss, counsel?
Just if I could tell Detective Bertrand, I cannot have any communication with you while you are on the stand. If any issues arise, please contact my office and get a message.
Anything to discuss?
No, sir.
All right. Have a nice lunch. See everybody back at 2. Thank you.
Oh, we on recess? I guess we on recess, huh? Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. I guess we on recess. Yup, and they don't come back, so we be on point. Yeah, we'll be back at 2. I think they pop back in at 2. I guess I'll just play this little shit right here, though. Yeah, I'm gonna play this right here. This is like a little review right here. They'll be back in 17 minutes, gang. If you're gonna hang out, hang out. You feel me?
Him and Melly have a history, and it's a very
oh, I'm trying to extend it. Man, I had to get some coffee, gang. Smash that motherfucking light.
Some of the jurors knew what he was talking about. A lot of them didn't. It's a very very older jury. So a few people got it, a few people didn't. It's from the 90s, so it's kind of hard to to remember that far back for a lot of them.
Well, let me give it back. For our viewers who don't know, tell us.
C+C Music Factory Make You Go Hmm was in 1990. And it's the things that make you go hmm is the hook. It's pretty much the hook of the song.
The hook in the rap song. Okay, so make you go hmm. So when he was doing that, and there was opening statements, what about the defendant's demeanor in the courtroom, from both the prosecution's opening statement and for the defense opening statement?
Hey, that's not a good sign, yo. Why is his jury a bunch of older people, yo? I thought they supposed to be people like from the community that's like the person. You see what I'm saying? Am I right or am I wrong? Like that don't. Why he got them old people gonna lock his ass up? That boy look crazy just the tattoos alone. They gonna. I don't know. I don't want to wish no bad on him, but I'm just saying, bro. That's kind of crazy. Elderly people, like I don't know.
Well, for the defendant, Melly was very calm, collected. I guess I would say when the prosecution gave some retelling of what was going on, he kind of was annoyed, and you would see him write stuff down on the notes for a little bit. But other than that, he just kept it calm, kept it real calm.
All right, so are there any celebrities or famous faces in attendance in that courtroom today? Oh, you got a big smile on your face, Bryce and Paul.
Actually, yes. Boosie, or Lil Boosie, the artist from Louisiana, came to support. Him and Melly have a history, and Boosie actually gave him the defense information for his murder case.
Wow. So now we know about that. Now let's get a little bit closer. What about the victim's family? Are they in the court? And if so, have they been reacting to not just seeing Melly in the courtroom, but seeing the opening statements and the testimony?
They've been very inconsolable, I would say, as the trial kicked off, and even just as different testimonies were being given, even in the opening statement from the prosecution. Once the names of the two victims were mentioned, even with them just being called brothers, best friends, or whatnot, the families of the victims would be inconsolable and often have to walk out.
It's always hard for families of the victims if the defendant, no matter who's on trial, whether he's innocent or whether he's guilty. But speaking about the defendant, was his family there? And if they were there, can you tell us about their reaction to day one of the trial, Bryson?
Actually, yes. All his mother, brother, grandparents, all of them were in attendance, and they all were as calm as he was, I would say.
Wow, very interesting, because that must have been something that the attorney must have told them to remain calm no matter what. But while the court is on lunch recess, we know that the prosecution is getting ready for more witnesses. What can we expect after the lunch break?
We'll continue with the third witness, Hector Bertrand, a retired police officer who was on hand during the evening of the double murder, and who spoke to Bolton, the co-defendant in Melly's case, at the hospital.
Wow. So was that witness, I'm just get my last question before I let you go, was that witness effective for the prosecution, or was it the hook and the rap song that make you go,
It was definitely the hook of the rap song that made you go, Like the audio, or we were pretty much just going through the audio right now of him and Bolton's conversation. And he was just trying to recollect after he mentioned that he's dealt with a lot of cases in the last 25 years before he retired. So it made him kind of iffy about what happened as far as what he remembered that night. So the audio just played of him and Bolton having their conversation, and him asking if there was weapons in the car, if there was gun residue on Bolton himself, and just if they had previous beef with anybody, to corroborate with Bolton's story that it was a drive-by.
Very, very interesting. Well, Bryson, thank you for that very effective wrap-up, telling us what's going, and it was not intended to be a pun. I know you're smiling. What's going on in that courtroom. I know you have to get back in, and I know I will be seeing you later this week. Thank you, sir, so very much.
All right, looking forward to it.
And when we come back, we'll be back into that courtroom also and talk about some of the testimony and show you the testimony that is being heard before that jury and my new guests and I will be discussing that. So you have to stay with us here at the Law and Crime Network.
So we might as well catch the fuck up, because they it's at 38 seconds now. Yeah, it's at 38 seconds, so I guess it's about that time. 28 seconds now. Yeah. Is it? Oh, his name is Jamel. Smash them likes too, gang. Smash them motherfucking likes, man. Smash them motherfucking likes, man. Alright. Shout out to everybody that did smash the like. You did. Appreciate y'all, man. Yeah, man, it's a lot of, see, the only thing I'll be worried about is all the fucking, like, evidence, like the little, you know, the Instagrams and all that shit. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. We bringing it back. Court is about to start, I believe, in 9 minutes, if not right now. So shit. Yeah, the evidence, all that social media shit is the shit that's like, and then the cell phone pings. Why do them niggas have cell phones on them? Like, niggas don't know that when you cell phones track everything, it's a big satellite in the sky, nigga, like that link us all together type shit.
So, in Florida, he is being charged. Who? Well, it is Ynw Melly, and he's being charged with a double homicide of people that he claimed were his best friends, Anthony Williams, known as Ynw Sack Chaser, and Christopher Thomas Jr., known as Ynw Juvie, part of the Ynw collaboration. But also part of that collaboration is a co-defendant named Cortland Henry, and Cortland Henry gave a statement that was videoed, a statement to the police. And on the stand right now is the former, now retired, lead detective Hector Bertrand, and he's about to play about 5 minutes of this statement. Why don't we go into court and listen?
Hey, my name is Detective Bertrand. It's Detective Mark Moretti. We're here to talk to you about what happened. Listen, you need to be straight up with us and tell us where this happened. Okay? My understanding, you told these officers something, but the evidence doesn't show that it happened there. So, where it happened, right off the exit. Okay, tell me what happened.
When I was playing music, getting off the exit. I was already getting sleepy on the phone, you know what I'm saying? And like, it's out of nowhere, like, gunshot, you know what I'm saying? So then I ducked down, you know what I'm saying? In the car, and almost cut.
Let me back you up a few minutes. Where were you coming from?
I was coming from Fort Lauderdale.
Fort Lauderdale studio. Which way did you take?
I took I-75, 595 to
75. Then you took 75 south?
That's what, if you come from Fort Lauderdale and you take 595, right?
Yeah.
So you get off, and we get on the expressway, right? Yeah, so yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
And then we got off in Miramar on the exit. And then when I got past the little 3-turn signal,
Yeah.
when I got past that,
Which turn signal were you in? Which turn lane were you in?
I was getting off the exit. When I got off the exit, after that light, when we made the right,
Yeah.
I came down. You know what I'm saying? I was coming down to the light. You know what I'm saying? And as I'm passing through the light, you know what I'm saying?
What was you? What lane?
So, Catherine Lizardo, we are watching Ynw Melly, also known as Jamel Demons or Demons, depending on which pronunciation his defense attorney even made. while he's listening to the statement of a co-defendant who will be tried separately, that's Cortland Henry, who the defense kind of alluded to may be the shooter, but didn't say. So what do you think the jury's doing by watching Melly, and what do you think they're thinking about listening to Cortland Henry?
Well, as they're listening to this recording, they're looking at Melly to see his reactions as to what his co-defendant is talking about, and see if there's any emotions that might come up from there. Because both of them were in the car, supposedly during the drive-by, with their two friends who died. So the two main witnesses here are Melly and Henry. So that's why both of their interviews or their statement to the police are critical here. And we hear Henry talking about where they were and the road they took. That's why the investigator earlier was talking about the different locations. It sounded very dry as to when the investigator was testifying as to which of the locations there were, but it was needed to prepare this recorded statement.
Okay, so Dina Dahl, I know we have about a minute left for you. When the prosecution talked, they said on the roads that were given to them by the defendants, or this defendant Melly also, they didn't find evidence of guns, they didn't find evidence of firearms, they didn't find evidence of shell casings. But like, if you're a murderer, you're not going to like drop your gun there and say, "Oh, let me run away," you know, let me leave it there, and you may even pick up your shell casings. So what does this mean for the prosecution?
You know, I mean, that's the thing, is they have evidently some DNA forensics that are going to prove that the shot came from in the back seat where Melly was sitting. And we have not yet heard that testimony. To me, that's kind of the most critical forensic testimony we're going to hear. Of course, all of this location testimony is important as well, but I'm very interested in seeing how concrete that forensic evidence they supposedly have is.
Yeah, I think we have a lot to come. I think both of you are right. Well, I want to thank both of you for being on, listening to this testimony. We just got into some really important testimony.
Smash that like. We got about 2 minutes left until they go back to court, y'all. Or 4 minutes. We got 4 minutes until court is back in session. Appreciate everybody pulling up, man. If you want to stay in tune when I go live, covering this case and other, cultured shit, subscribe. Press that notification. My bad. I'm drinking a double shot. This shit is chocolatey. Pause as a motherfucker. Like, it's rich as fuck. Like this, I should have just did a single shot. But we've been in here for about 4 hours, man. We've been rocking, y'all. I appreciate everybody who was on the first live too, and who was being patient and shit, because the shit started fucking up or whatever happened. But man, shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Let's get back into it, gang.
And I know earlier it was a little dry, but you explained it so well that it's just always a pleasure. And always, we didn't get a chance to talk, but the prosecution ended with the statement on Snapchat that Melly said, "I did it." So both of you, keep watching this trial along with our viewers. What's going to happen now is we are going to take a quick break here at the Long Crime Network. And when we come back, we will listen to the rest of that recorded statement by Cortland Henry, who's also a co-defendant in a case being tried later. Stay with us.
That little nigga, man. I'm trying to like understand. Is he Haitian? Because how is his last name Demons or whatever? Oh well, yeah. Here we got 3 minutes actually. I can kind of fast forward it. Yeah. Here she goes. Damn, they can use his rapper name though? I guess so. I thought on Tory Lane's trial that he like said they couldn't do that shit. But then again, the Young Thug shit, that shit just crazy, bro. Smash that motherfucking like, man. It's almost that time. You did. Let's get this shit going. Shout out to everybody in the chat. I'm still here, y'all. I'm over here looking at this fucking email. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. What y'all in there? Y'all niggas wildin', bro. What y'all talking about, catnip? What the fuck y'all talking about in here, bro? Y'all niggas are stupid, bro. Shout out to the chat, man. Snow gang. Let me see some snowflakes. Drop them snowflakes in there, snow gang, man. Let them niggas know. Snow gang or no gang. We be chilling over this bitch, you feel me? You know what I mean? We do our thing over here, you know what I'm saying? We do our thug deal, you do. Shout out to the old chick. The old chick. What more do you want from me? 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and drop them motherfucking snowflakes. What up? Play runner, what's good, my nigga? Drop them motherfucking snowflakes. Bricks, huh? All white bricks, off of white bricks, like 10 bricks, just hit a lick for 50 more bricks, ballin' like a bitch with all these bricks, sight, 36 zips, that's a whole chick, want a bad bitch, gotta have bricks, yeah I make hits, and I take chips, but I still take bricks. So I see, yo, I'm a fool with the snow. They think I put VVS jewels in the dough. Man, shout out to the lean belly Gucci, man. The lean belly Gucci, oh man, lean belly Gucci was a raw nigga, boy. That nigga there was raw. Lean belly, out of shape, drug addict Gucci, oh man. There'll never be another one like him. He was like the trap Tupac. He said, started the feds in the bed. What y'all talking about, man? Yeah, Jew man, my dog too. I fought with Young Jew. That nigga Young Juice coming at that bitch like, hey, Young Jew, man, got the pots in the kitchen, whipping up the bitches. Shout out Jew man, motherfucker, man. Come on, cuz. Jew man, cuz. 32 Entertainment. Hey, okay. Well, damn. That nigga Young Juice, man, he always got a line about his car color. His car's always, him and Young Dro. Young Dro, my car look like Tokyo. Playing with that rover dope. Beat his head like Logan Paul, boxing with that rope dope. My chain look like Cheerio. My diamond look like cereal. Shout out Young Dro and Young Jew. Come on, goddammit. Oh, the judge ain't even on the bench yet. The judge seat empty. He said, OJ Juice Man is the reason I started selling drugs. Hey, it do be like that. Whole brick, half a brick, quarter brick. Ay! That's crazy though. And now, you know what's today? You know the popular shit today is killing niggas. Niggas don't even want to trap no more. Niggas just drill. Niggas just want to kill. That's the whole shit. The whole shit now is killing. It went from dealing to killing, nigga. Niggas already like doing crime, killing and shit, but it was like, it wasn't this. It was for a reason. Now niggas is on demon time, like for real, bro. Look at this. Yo, this nigga Ynw Melly is literally on trial for a double homicide of 2 of his homies in a car, type like. And this nigga, he might be the first rapper to face the death penalty. I'm not sure though. At least popular rapper. I'm pretty sure it's been some kind of other rapper that got the death penalty or some shit like this. But you know, he was on his rise, bro. That nigga got a song with Kanye. Like, he came up fast too. He came up fast as shit. Yeah, real shit, man. Yeah, Jason, man, you know that real shit, bro. Like, shit be all fun and games until you looking like Ynw Melly and you facing a double fucking homicide and what's that, capital murder? Goddamn it, and they can put you to, cause it got to be capital murder, right? That's the only way they can put you to death is if it's capital murder. I might be wrong, cause I know Florida laws is crazy. I kind of wish I would have stayed in Florida. Like, I lived in Florida for a year, a while back. I was in love with Florida, bro. All right, there go the stenographer. Damn. She taller than I thought she was sitting down. Yeah, she about goddamn 5'11". Oh, she got the heels on. Yeah, she about 5'11". She about 6 feet, 5'11". Came to the club about 50 times. Alright, I think we about to get into it again. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. No, Melly, I think so. And I want to say this too. Let me be the first to say this because I did hear this on Melly's. It sounded like they trying to say old boy was the nigga that did it. Like, they didn't say it on his opening argument. Remember he kept the bald head black dude kept attacking. What's his name? YSN. I mean YSN. YNW. Is it Bortland? Right? Is that the nigga that was? It sounded like they was like, because they was talking about somebody. Was that him? Said they created an IG or some shit. I don't know. I could be wrong, but I ain't saying I didn't say he said that, but it just kind of, because they didn't really get to do their rollout yet. But don't be surprised if niggas try to spin that motherfucker. But I don't know though. I don't know if that's even possible. I don't know. Oh, capital or premeditated. Okay. Oh yeah, because that's like, that'll be considered premeditated as a plan, even if he like a little quick plan or whatever. Damn, bro. That's crazy, bro. From the top of the charts to goddamn. To the courthouse, nigga, like to the death pencil, facing death. That's the only. Oh, you know what? The only other nigga was Boosie probably, and that's Bortland. Yeah. And that's why they say Boosie in that bitch too. Boosie was facing that shit too. I forgot. I think he might be the second. Yeah, Boosie. Yup. Boosie was because he was big when Boosie. He was a well-known artist when he started facing that. When he faced that case. Yeah, Boosie got down. Boosie came from under that shit. It was looking. It kind of looked at. It was looking. It was looking ugly. Got down for Boosie at one time. Once it ain't look good for Boosie until old boy said he lied. Until he reneged on his word. What's his name? Marlo Mike. Cause at first he was like saying that Boosie paid, like, you know what I mean, type shit. If I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's what happened. And then he went back on his word and said everything he said was a lie, da 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 da. And that's how Boosie beat the jump. Yeah. I mean, because they still don't. But you know what? It's not like they have a gun. They said they never. They said that they never found the gun. That gun, you know what I'm saying? But this why it's a good chance, right? This why he got a better chance. If he would have did this with a judge, I mean, which nobody's stupid enough to take a judge trial with a fucking a bench trial. But you know, with a bench trial, you can get convicted due to like circumstantial evidence, which means like the bullet in the back seat, which means like the cell phone. They don't really, but on a jury, they got to prove that shit without a reasonable doubt. Period. You know what I'm saying? Period. So that's a good thing. That's a good thing for Melly. But you gotta convince them people. You gotta convince them. Like this is a weird case, bro. Like I know, like that's weird. I could see if it was like two niggas it was his ops or something, but it look weird when it's like they trying to say you killed your brother. It just sound bad. It just like what's the fuck? Like you think like what the hell? That's odd. Like you know what I'm saying? It's not odd. I mean it is. It's kind of out of the ordinary. Usually when you hear about young black or young hood or whatever Mexican motherfuckers, Hispanic, you know, urban motherfuckers is killing opposite people and shit. You feel me? Enemies and shit. But that shit kind of crazy, bro. Let me see. Did they? Why they ain't?
Remove. So while they go through.
Alright, y'all, we about to get back into it, man. Smash that motherfucking like button. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. We've been in this bitch for how long now? Since like 10? What time is it? Damn, it's 2:11. Goddamn. We in this bitch rocking like cut off stock, man. I appreciate y'all, man. I guess I'm kicking it. I had to push my workout a little back, but I don't give a fuck because, you know, I'm here kicking it with y'all, man. It's no gang, no gang. Let's get it.
Do that, and just making sure everything matches up.
Ones that are facing
out of the stack.
On this, okay. You're still going through the rest of them?
Huh?
You're still going through the rest?
I'm going through
Okay.
this. Cindy came out of that.
God damn, what the fuck? What happened to the judge? Judge had to go take a shit? I'm all booted up off coffee right now, and this motherfucking judge. Bring your goddamn hind parts out here right now, boy. God damn it, boy, you better bring your goddamn ass out of here, boy, with my hogs, boy. In the great state of Florida, in the name of Robert E. Lee, in the great Confederacy, if you bring your motherfucking black ass. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Hit that motherfucking like. You dig. Cue your thoughts on King AK-47 and what he said. I did see that, yo. Shit. It looked like what it is. It looked like I will say that it does look like what it is. With King AK said it did look like what it was. The pictures. Shit getting tricky. Shit getting tricky, man. You know what I'm saying? Shit get real tricky out here, man. Niggas dropping bags, man. They dropping them bags, man. Recipes Dolph too to the fullest, nigga. One of the greatest to do it. I look at Dolph as like the Nipsey Hussle of Memphis. I ain't gonna lie. He like the Nipsey of Memphis, nigga. Straight up. Dolph was that nigga. One time for Dolph. If we gonna speak on Dolph Gabbana, man, you gotta drop them motherfucking Dolphins, man. I think my favorite Dolph songs, my top 3 favorite Dolph songs is probably, it's so many of them, bro, but I don't know. I could just say 3 I like. I like Penguins. I like Money, Power, Respect. Shit, I like a lot. Run It Up, Gelato, 100 Shots. It's just too many. Major, fucking Black Friday, Death Row, Cutthroat Committee, A+, his old shit, A+. Come on, man, Dolph got some hits.
Main shooting come to order. Court is back in session.
Still looking at photos?
Do I?
Just about done.
Did I find any? No.
I'm on the last one. Good time.
All right, we back in here. We back in here. Old man came in here. He finished taking his shit. You know, the old head got to, you know, his fiber. He old, so the fiber. He take fiber pills and shit. He be having, you know. We gonna let the judge, because we gotta worry about the jury though. It's about, see, this case, y'all gotta remember too, the judge has no say so. They have to convince the jury. You can't see the jury because it's illegal, you know, they can't reveal their face on camera and shit. Only people in the courtroom can see this, so they gotta convince the jury.
Thank you. Sorry.
We all ready?
Just one moment,
Yeah. Cindy, come on over.
First, we'll have to read all of this one to show
Hey, my nigga Project Death said the judge took a Centrum Silver. I know what that is because I see it in the store. It's like that. What's it, a vitamin or some shit? It come in a white bottle with some rainbow thing on it. What is that even for? I always seen that, but I don't even know what the fuck this for.
That's what I was thinking.
Oh, Chris. Yes. I believe it's up to Ms. Bradley.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Everybody's ready. All right, let's bring Trigger.
Jury entering.
Listen, these people right here is not the jury. This not the jury is they go deliberate by themselves. They go eat lunch by themselves. These are like Lil Boosie and this is like his family. This is like spectators and shit that are invited because you know this ain't really no wide. This ain't a super open courtroom. So just being that is jury, so they try to keep it like real tight knit. So yeah, they don't bring too many people. But the jury, we can't see the jury. We don't even know what they fucking look like. With like who's white and who's black. They off to the right. That's why everybody's looking over there right now because they bring them in on their own. So just let y'all know that. What's good with you, Roro? Shout out to HP in this bitch. You feel me? Hold on, how nigga doing it? Shout out HP in this motherfucker, nigga. Shout out my north side, nigga. You.
Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect the privilege of the defendant, Mr. Davis, his counsel, the assistant attorney, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, and our witness, Mr. Bertrand, remains on the stand. Now, I think we'll vote for lunch. You're still on your direct examination of the witness. If you're ready, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, good afternoon, Detective Bertrand. We left off listening to the statements that you took.
Yes.
I first want to ask you a question. There's an incessant beeping going on at the beginning of the statement. What was that?
I believe that was medical equipment that we were doing.
Okay, where were these interviews taking place?
Inside I guess where you put patients. a little room.
So an examiner at the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. When you're finished speaking with Mr. Henry, and there you discussed in there a part where the officers were walking shoulder to shoulder down Miramar Parkway.
Yes.
So in terms of the time frame of that morning, when is this statement with Mr. Henry taking place?
The statement with Mr. Henry, well, I got at the hospital at 5, and I believe it was at 6:05 when we started the interview.
And so between 5 and 6 a.m., the area between 172 back east to 160th has already been searched.
That was, I believe, prior to me getting there. They had searched from I-75 to Dykes, 160th, and then after I left the hospital, because that's why you hear in the interview us talking about, well, we didn't find anything because that was the initial area that was searched. And so then after I left the hospital, I met, there's a Walgreens on the northwest corner of Dykes and Miramar Parkway. We met there with about 20 officers or so. There were sergeants, CSAs, road officers, traffic unit, and I told them I wanted to block off Miramar Parkway from 160th all the way to 172, the westbound lanes, and eventually we did that. But prior to that, Detective Moretti and Toyota drove Cortland to the area to get a better, a lot of the interview, that's what we were trying, that was important for us to find a location and jurisdiction.
So is it clear there was actually 2 searches done between I-75 and 172?
Well, actually 3.
Oh, could you
There
explain?
was 175, I-75 to Dykes, 160th. Then I was involved personally from 160th to 172. I assisted in walking that area also with, I think...
That's the 20 officers you were talking about?
Well, the 20 officers to block off everything, and then we had I think a dozen officers, including myself, that actually walked from 160th. This was a second search. And then once we finished that one, they continued from 172 to...
like the 184th we discussed earlier?
Right, exactly.
So going to the search from 160th to 172, you testified previously it's a mile distance.
Yes.
How long did it take to conduct that search of that mile with the 12 officers?
It took us about an hour to do it, because we would stop along the way, we would find a little debris, kind of look at it to see what it was, and that kind of stuff. And essentially we walked shoulder to shoulder, kind of
Okay. Did you find any shell casings?
No.
Any glass fragments?
No.
Any projectiles?
No.
Any tire marks?
No.
Any sort of impact or anything on the median that would indicate a crash or recent friction?
No.
The next thing that you did you continue on from 172 to 184 of that mile-long search?
Other officers continued that search.
But were you there personally?
No.
At that point, did you travel to a location in Fort Lauderdale, Florida?
Yes.
And would that be 805 Northeast 4th Avenue?
I believe so, yes.
When you arrived at 805 Northeast 4th Avenue, what was that?
That was a recording studio, kind of like in a warehouse district.
When you went there, did you make contact with the management and the owner-operator of that business?
Detective Toyota did.
Once you went to that studio, did you determine the name to be New Era?
Yes.
After you went to New Era, did you review the surveillance footage that was collected from New Era?
At one point I did.
Okay. I'm now approaching what's been previously marked as Stage G for identification purposes only.
Yes.
Detective Bertrand, is that the studio footage that you recovered from New Era on October 26th of 2018 along with Detective Toyota?
Yes.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the studio footage that you reviewed of October 26th of 2018?
Yes.
At this time, the state requesting Stage G in.
No objection?
No objection.
It'll be admitted.
Stage G, we mark stage number 7.
Thank you. Permission to publish?
My bad, y'all, my bad. Maybe. Man, smash that light, smash that light, smash that light. You said, is he going home? If he is, he ain't going home today. I don't know how long this trial gonna be. I'm guessing that this trial will be probably maybe 2 weeks. Maybe not even. Maybe a week. I would say 2 weeks though. But it ain't really too many witnesses. No, this shit might be quick. This shit might be quick because they don't really got that many witnesses and shit. It's not like Young Thug shit with 1 million fucking suspects and 300 fucking million witnesses and shit.
Yes, you may publish. Are you looking to have the lights dim?
Yes, please, Your Honor. And so, Detective Bertrand, are there a number of clips on this particular footage that you retrieved?
Detective Toyota was the one that downloaded it, but I reviewed it all there also.
Okay. I only at this point am going to publish the exterior from channel 4, 2018, 1026, 02, 17, 41.
Oh, is that them at the studio? Hold on, is this them at the goddamn studio? My bad, yeah, I wasn't even fucking looking. I was fucking. Oh shit, this the footage? Yeah, that's the red Mitsubishi. And that was the black car. They said, remember they said it was 4 of them.
Excuse me, you're able to see? Yes? All right.
Matter of fact, he said it was 8 people at the studio, the 4 in the car with them.
Detective Bertrand, in your experience in collecting and reviewing surveillance footage over the course of your career as a homicide detective, is the time always accurate?
No.
Is it your recollection that this was off by 1 hour due to not
Objection.
adjusted?
What's the objection?
Foundation.
What did you bring?
Sustain, rephrase.
When this video was recovered, was there a determination made as to how far off the time was for meal time?
Same objection. Watch come sidewalk.
Just to let y'all know, that noise that you're hearing is not me. It's so that we can hear the discussion that they're having. I've been noticing they've been doing it. So if you hear that, they purposely like muting it or some shit.
Detective Bertrand, when you arrived on scene with Detective Toyota, was there a process in which you determined the time of which the DVR was currently recording it and the difference to the actual time?
I really wasn't involved in that portion of it.
So you wouldn't be the best person to ask
No.
them that? Understood. Prior to viewing this footage, had there ever been any mention of a fourth person in the gray Jeep?
No.
After you went to this location, did you travel back to Miramar?
We did.
And where did you go when you went back to Miramar?
We went to the office, which is in the clubhouse of Sunset.
Smash that like too, gang. Smash the like, smash the like. But yeah, whenever y'all hear that sound, it's just the they muting the mic. So when they have their little, I guess that's how they do their objections. They bring it all in and be. They don't do like how YSL, on YSL trial, they just be objecting and saying it all out loud. Them niggas be huddling up, so they mute it so we can't hear it.
Sunset Lakes.
And at that point, did you obtain surveillance footage from there?
Detective Toyota did.
And we're going to get that in for a different witness. So. Okay. Moving on to October 28th of 2018. Did you go out of town? I'm sorry, October 27th, 2018. Did you go out of town to help further interviews in this case?
I accompanied Detective Toyota, Moretti, and I believe Toyota and Tomlin.
Okay.
We went to Vero Beach.
Okay. When you went to Vero Beach, did you record those interviews up there?
No.
Do you remember who you spoke with?
I didn't speak to anyone. I stayed. I believe Detective Moretti conducted all the interviews. I stayed outside, and I think in like a kitchen area, kitchen living room area, and I just hung out with the family that was there.
Did you provide your contact information to the family?
I believe I did. Yes, I left the card.
Specifically, Nakia Bagley, that individual. Did you provide your contact information?
Yes.
Did Ms. Bagley late without saying what she sent you? On the next day, October 28th, did Ms. Bagley send you text messages?
Let me go back. I'm not sure. I know I left a card. I'm not sure if it was her. I left my card at the house.
Okay. So that was on October 27th?
Yes.
So on October 28th of 2018, without going into what was sent to you, did you receive text messages from the family members of one of the deceased?
Yes.
Okay. Now, going forward on November 2nd of 2018, did you attend a memorial service or funeral in this case?
I did.
Is that common as a homicide detective?
It is.
Why would you do that?
One, show respect, and two, looking for information. Sometimes family members. So
hold on. So this was the dude that was interviewing Bertrand, right, in the hospital. Now that I think about it, if he's the homicide detective, then yeah, because he was like, I'm here to investigate. He was the one being the asshole, right? I recognize the voice now.
Come and approach us and talk to us. Friends, they'll come that previously they didn't know about us, but now they see us there and they approach us.
Were you able to determine or develop any other leads yourself at that memorial service for
No.
Mr. Williams?
No.
Okay. Moving forward to November 8th of 2018, when the first batch of phone records came in, did you take additional investigative steps?
I accompanied Detective Moretti. He asked me, based on some phone records that he got back, he asked me if I could accompany him to search an area, and we did. We went out to US 27th. Should I go on?
Please, and so
we went to first place we drove to was Holiday Park, which is a trailer park north of Pines Boulevard on the left-hand side of US 27th.
But when you say left hand, do you mean
West side.
the west side? Okay.
West side.
Understand that.
Yeah.
Okay. And describe to ladies and gentlemen of the jury how populated that is.
It's a trailer park, so obviously the construction is not like a house. It's not fortified or what have you, and it's pretty densely populated with a lot of trailers and stuff like that.
In your statement with Mr. Henry, you alluded to some investigation of the sheriff's office off of I-95 and Hallandale Beach Boulevard.
Yes.
As a detective in the Homicide Bureau, was it common to reach out to other jurisdictions for information?
Yes, I think while we were there, we got some information of...
Objection. Hearsay.
Sustained as to what the information was.
So with regards to the trailer park, did you find any evidence of a shooting that had occurred at that trailer park?
No.
Did any witnesses come forward and speak to you at the trailer park?
No.
Were there any ballistic signs at the trailer park that there had been any shooting?
See, and this is another thing I was thinking too, y'all. You see, in the beginning, when the prosecution opened up their opening argument, they said we ain't even gonna use no rap lyrics. I'm like, damn, they don't. You know, usually they be needing the rap lyrics. I don't know if they banned that in Florida, but I don't think so. I don't think they banned rap lyrics. Did they? Maybe because they've been banning use of rap lyrics in a few different states, but they don't even need. They like, nigga, we don't even need the rap lyrics. It's the evidence, bro. That evidence is damning. All that, the shell by him in the back and the cell phone, that shit, man, that shit, the cell phone shit is really crazy.
No, in fact, we kind of concluded that based on the construction of the trailers and stuff like that, and the amount of damage bullets that were fired at the car, it was our belief that someone would have called if it happened there.
So going forward to November 21st of 2018, did you have the occasion to respond to US 27 and Pembroke Road?
That was a second search that we did.
And when you responded to there, who was present?
Detective Moretti, Detective Toyota, Detective Smith, I believe Detective Tomlin was there, I was there, and there were some canine officers from Fort Lauderdale PD.
When you were there, did you personally collect any evidence?
No.
Who would have done that?
crime scene.
Why is that?
Because that's their job.
As a homicide detective, do you collect evidence?
Sometimes, but we always have crime scene. If they're there, under certain circumstances, we may, if crime scene wasn't there and we couldn't get them out.
And other than the investigation at US 27 that you were present for and Pembroke Road, did you have any other involvement in this case?
No, going back to the one on the November 8th, we also searched from Pembroke Road. After we left the trailer park, we went back to Pembroke Road, and Detective Moretti and I walked from Pembroke Road all the way to Taft, north on Taft to Taft, and then back. That was about 2 miles. We walked the northbound lanes and then southbound lanes, and we didn't find anything.
And that's again on US 27?
On US 27.
Okay. Nothing further with this signature.
Counsel, is there any cross-examination of this witness?
Yes, briefly, Your Honor. Thank you. Detective Bertrand. Good afternoon.
How soon after the car arrived at the hospital would you say you got involved in the investigation?
Well, at 5 o'clock in the morning is when I got called out. I don't have the actual incident report to see when the call was dispatched, but I got to the hospital at 5:47 is when I arrived at the hospital.
So you got there within an hour?
Yeah, 47 minutes exactly.
Okay.
Of when I got called out.
Okay. And your first assignment or the first task that you undertook was the first substantive task was to interview Mr. Henry, Courtland Henry, say?
Yeah. Well, the first thing was I got briefed by the officers that were there. They told me what they had done to that point, which was the 75 to 160 search, and they didn't find anything. And then after that is when proceeded to interview.
Okay. So prior to you even discussing the matter with Mr. Courtland Henry for the first time, you had already been told that based on the description of the location of the incident that he provided to law enforcement, they found no evidence.
Right, from I-70, based on what Courtland told the officers. Okay. So, yeah.
So at that time, you had already formed the impression that he was either mistaken or not being candid.
Well, it was, I think through the statement, it was pretty evident that we were trying to narrow down where that location was. Because we knew that based on what he initially told the officers, it didn't happen there. So we were trying to narrow it down. That's why you keep hearing us trying to figure out the locations and giving descriptions of landmarks in the area to kind of narrow down.
I told y'all, that nigga should have just said, let me talk to a lawyer. I just don't know if they read his Miranda rights. I don't know, because I don't remember, I don't know. We're going to see, though. We're going to see what happens.
Where that location was, so we can look for evidence.
Right. Because he wasn't giving you exact addresses. He was giving you descriptions, and you were trying to decipher from the descriptions that he provided.
Right.
Where he might have been described.
Exactly, where the incident happened.
And you knew to this point, at least up to the point where you began your interview with him, that the information, or at least the impressions that law enforcement had formed based upon what he said, were not matching up. Right?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you start off your interview by telling him, hey, we got a problem. What you told us is not matching up with what we found at the scene.
Right.
And you developed an impression throughout the course of that interview that he wasn't being candid. Did you not?
Well, later on, we did, after we saw that there was a fourth person in the car, when we didn't find any evidence. But that's why we brought him to, we had officers, 2 detectives bring him to the scene to kind of narrow down the search.
You see, I feel like you see what he's saying, right? They keep talking about, what's his name, Ynw Bortland, and what he said, and it sounds like they're trying to put that shit on him somehow. Why they keep bringing him up? You saying he keeps acting as detective to reiterate how he feels that guy was lying. It's like I don't know. It look. Why we keep hearing about? You feel me? We gonna see though.
Area, but we did a pretty wide search of the area just in case he was mistaken.
Sure, but even before you took him out to the scene, you were making, during the process of your, would you define your interaction and your exchange with Mr. Henry as an interview or an interrogation?
It was an interview.
At that time, you didn't perceive him to be a suspect.
No.
You perceived him to be a victim.
Yes.
But you're also of the impression that he was being dishonest with you because, I mean, several times throughout your statement, we can say, hey, there's a problem. You might not want to lie to us, right?
Well, we also had misinformation in reference to an incident that happened on the east side of this city in BSO jurisdiction, which we thought could have been involved, but we later found out it wasn't, so we were mistaken about that. So we were just trying to get, it was important for us to find the location, one, because of evidence, to look for evidence that would help us with the case. And the second reason was jurisdiction.
Sure. But I mean, you're a seasoned detective, right? You're retired now.
Yes, sir.
So at the time that this transpired, you were, how long were you in the force?
26 years.
And how long have you been a detective?
24 years.
And how long have you been a homicide detective?
About 13.
So it would be fair to say that you had a dual purpose during that interview. You were trying to, or at least 3 purposes. You were trying to determine the boundaries of jurisdiction, right?
Correct.
You were trying to identify the location that this incident took place.
Yes, sir.
In order to determine boundaries of jurisdiction.
Yes, sir.
And also to further your investigation.
That's correct.
And you're also trying to get a gauge of whether the person to whom you were speaking was involved or not involved. Right?
Yes.
Fair?
Yes.
I mean the number of times that you implied to him that he might be being dishonest as opposed to merely mistaken. You heard the tape earlier, right?
I said that.
You recall?
I said that, bro. He was like hindering him. He was harassing, bro. Like, yeah, man. Like, I said that. I was like, is that even legal for them to be even fucking? He and his fucking. I don't know. I said that.
I didn't have a preconceived notion as to whether he was being dishonest or not. We had some mistaken information. Maybe that's where it came across that way, that there was an incident on the east side, which we later found out it wasn't. We were just trying to find out the location where it happened.
So when you were telling him stuff like, hey, if it was my friend, I'd really want to help the law enforcement officers out. I mean, don't you want to help your friend? You weren't trying to get him to be candid. You were trying to get him to reach into the depths of his recollection. Is that what you're trying to do?
I would say probably both.
Okay. So you were trying to make an assessment of his credibility throughout the course of this exchange.
Sure.
Fair, right?
Sure.
Okay. So you, having been a detective for so long, you kind of have a BS meter. You refer to, I don't want to be BS, right?
Yes, sir.
You figure you have a BS meter that's pretty well calibrated.
I guess.
Was it going ding, 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 ding?
like I said, I was trying to find out where the incident happened.
I understand.
And that was basically it.
I'm trying to ask if your BS meter was starting to be triggered throughout the course of this exchange. That's my question.
I guess.
It was.
Sure.
Okay. So, therefore, you did discern that this man to whom you were speaking, this man that you were interviewing, not interrogating, may be taking you for a ride. Right? That's the ding, ding, ding part that you
I don't know if, like I said, I was at that point, he was a victim. I had no reason to believe otherwise. We were basically trying to narrow down the location. I also understand that being shot at is a traumatic experience based on what he's saying. And that's why we had him, he was transported to the scene to see if we can narrow down the location. I don't know.
Okay. So it would be fair to say that your BS meter did not go off and you did not form the impression that he was being evasive in the manner in which he was answering your questions in the tape that we all just heard.
Well, there are some things that, that's why I asked them, trying to gauge whether one of the questions that I asked.
Yeah, no, Boosie, Shmoney, Boosie got him these lawyers. Remember they said that. That's why Boosie is in the courthouse right now. But Boosie was the one who referred him these lawyers. I think these are the lawyers that got Boosie off, if I'm not mistaken. I might be wrong, but yeah, Boosie referred him. I don't know exactly which one or if all three of them, but yeah, Boosie got him, put him on with these lawyers.
Asked him was, if you knew who did this, would you tell me? To see his response. So I guess if you want to call that a BS meter or whatever, I'm just trying to gauge if he's being truthful with me, if he's hiding something. If we asked him all kinds of questions, whether it was a drug deal, whether he had a beef with someone on 75, all kinds of questions, trying to gauge what could have happened. We're also trying to find out why it happened and any other things that he might be leaving out. Sometimes it's, like I said, a shooting is a traumatic thing, and
fair to say sometimes when you leave out information it's inadvertent and sometimes it's deliberate.
Correct. And we have to explore that.
And you were trying to figure out which one.
Correct.
But you drew no conclusions throughout the course of the...
Later we did. Later when we didn't find anything and when we saw the video we knew that.
Hey man, shout out to everybody in the motherfucking chat. Shout out to my nigga Shmoney. I appreciate you for pulling up, bro. And I appreciate everybody for continuing to support. But yeah, Boosie got him the lawyer. They said it in the little break thing they had, the little news thing. But yeah, man, shout out to everybody, man. First day of Ynw Melly double murder trial, man. Shit is crazy, bro. Let's get back into it. This the detective that was the main detective, the one that was on the tape that we heard and all that. This the lead detective, so one of them.
Where he told us it happened, it didn't happen.
Okay. Well, you perceived him to be scared because you suggested maybe you're scared. Is that what you had perceived? Or did you perceive him to just be evasive? Which one? Or neither?
I didn't draw a conclusion. I'm trying to ask him questions. Again, to have him open up, see what could be him being hesitant or if he's leaving something out or just exploring different avenues.
Okay. What about the part when he told you that he didn't have a phone? Did that seem curious to you?
Actually, I didn't even think about it. But now it sounds kind of weird, but I didn't even think about it at the time.
You know anybody without a phone? It's not living under a bridge.
No.
So at that time, this information, this indication, this loud indication that maybe he is deceiving you, it didn't occur to you now, but upon reflection, you would say it's now occurring to you? Now that I put the question.
It's easy to Monday morning quarterback when you have a lot of time. We're in the middle. My goal at that time was to find out the location, okay, so that we can look for evidence and jurisdiction. Those were the two main things at that time. And then obviously why, and get some background information as to why it could happen and things like that.
I understand that, and just to further your analogy, I would submit that during the process of this exchange, when somebody tells you, an adult male tells you, I don't have a phone, that being curious is not Monday morning quarterback. That's like missing somebody wide open in the end zone, right? But it didn't occur to you.
No, really at that time, it wasn't maybe later on it could have been something that Detective Moretti would have considered, but at that time, like I told you, what my priorities were, at least for me.
I noticed you mentioned Detective Moretti. It's not something that would have occurred to you. Was it fair to say that Detective Moretti was the one making the investigative decisions on the case?
I called him to be the lead detective because we had, like I stated earlier, we had an agreement between the homicide detectives. I was 2 years left before it was almost 2 years exactly to the time to retire. So the agreement was that if I got called out, the other guys in the homicide unit would take over the investigation and that I would assist to avoid exactly me having to come back.
Yeah, and it didn't work.
It didn't work out.
Sorry about that. But you're not suggesting that the fact that you weren't lead meant that if your investigative instincts suggested that certain actions be taken, that you wouldn't suggest that to Moretti. You're not saying that.
Again, I don't know how many times I'm going to explain it. To me, at that point, we were trying to find out the location and try and get some history and stuff like that.
Okay, no, we're past the phone thing. I'm just saying, as a general concept, your perception of your role vis-a-vis Detective Moretti's wouldn't be because he's the lead that if something occurred to you, you would not convey it to him. You wouldn't keep it to yourself. You'd convey it to him.
We would discuss.
Okay. So,
how y'all feel about this lawyer, yo? I think I like the way he's poised and he ain't rushing. He just like slow cooking. He's slow cooking. I'm trying to see where he gonna go with it because he keep talking about this phone, this phone that never was. So I'm like, I want to see how he gonna connect these dots. But yeah, I like how he's slow cooking. I'm still trying to see where he's going, but I think this one is all right.
there came a point later where you took Mr. Cortland Henry, or at least Detective Moretti did, out to the scene, so there would be no mistake as to where he set it out, right?
Detective Moretti and Detective Toyota drove me to the scene.
So now we don't have the possible disconnect between what he's describing and what you perceived. Now he's saying it happened in this location, wherever it is that he took you, right?
You would have to ask Detective Moretti what was discussed. They just told me, I believe it was like in the area of 163rd and Miramar Parkway, but we started, like I said, on 160th and proceeded westbound.
And law enforcement exerted a lot of effort, searched there, found nothing.
Correct.
Now you know this guy is not telling you the truth, I'm sure, right?
Well, at least that it didn't happen.
See, they keep trying to make him look like a liar. They keep trying to make Ynw Bortland. Is he alive? They trying to make him look like a liar. Is he fucking alive?
Okay. So at least he's not telling you the truth as to the location of the incident, right?
Correct.
And he told you where he lived. I think early on in the transcript, he told you the address on 44th Street, right?
Yes, sir.
And it occurred to you, of course, that maybe we should go and execute a search warrant on that location just to make sure that we are investigating the possible people that are involved. Did that occur to you at the time?
No, I didn't do a search warrant in that location.
Well, I know you did. I'm asking whether it occurred to you that you should have.
No.
And based upon your being in and around Moretti, you never heard him suggest maybe we go do that.
In order to get a search warrant, you have to have probable cause that a crime was committed there. And at this point, we had no evidence that the crime was committed at the house to get a search warrant.
You need evidence, probable cause to determine that a crime was committed at the house, or you needed probable cause to determine that possible evidence of a crime may be retrieved from that location.
Correct. Yes. Yes to both of those.
Right. And so the gentleman who shows up at the hospital telling lies with two deceased people in his car, it doesn't occur to you that the place he goes directly next might be a source for you to find evidence, right?
We had no evidence that he went to the house.
Where'd he go?
Oh, boy.
He took him to the hospital.
Where'd he go after that?
I have no idea.
Would that have been a concern?
We went to different areas. We went to other places. No, we didn't go there.
Okay. So, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but you now have somebody who has presented himself with two dead bodies, lied to law enforcement, had a long interview where he's taking you around in circles and being evasive, and where he leaves, and you know.
Objection, counsel testifying and asked and answered.
Sustained. Rephrase your question.
Okay. Didn't occur to you to search, to track where he may be going and conduct a search warrant because it might be fruitful?
No.
Okay. At the time that somebody, at least, determined that Cortland Henry may have been involved in this tragedy, you were already off the case?
I believe I already testified to my involvement in it, so that the items that we covered was my involvement in the case, period.
Okay. So as you recall, at the time that you disengaged from further involvement in the case, Cortland Henry had not yet been identified as a potential suspect. If you recall.
No.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Thanks, sir.
Look, I'm trying to figure out, is this nigga Bortland, where the fuck is Ynw Bortland at? Is he gonna testify? Because I'm seeing some shit on here that say something about he potentially is a snitch. Do y'all know? Is that why they trying to make, is that what's going on? He gonna get up there and testify against Melly? Cause that's crazy. Yeah, detective, he getting beat up. Detective getting beat up. He can't take the questioning. That's crazy. He can give the questions, but he can't take it.
Sir, the location that Cortland Henry identified as his residence was also the place he identified as the residence of the two victims.
Yes, sir.
And that didn't trigger you to think maybe to search that location either?
No.
Okay. Tell me again about Walmart. Do you remember what Cortland Henry told you about Walmart?
See, now they gonna prove that Walmart fight was made up or some shit. Why? Hold on. I don't know. Maybe not. Because it should be on camera. Definitely Walmart got all that shit. If it was a big fight in the Walmart, that shit definitely.
He described some incident at Walmart.
And the reason that you were asking him, I think explicitly, was that you were trying to determine whether or not there could be any other people who may have had a motive to engage in the offense.
Correct.
And he told you about an altercation that took place at Walmart.
Yes, sir.
And you know, of course, that Walmart has surveillance tapes.
Yes, sir.
And so, when did you go and retrieve those tapes?
I don't know if Detective Murray did.
If you were making the call, would you have done so?
I don't know if there was no connection to it at the time. I don't know if I would have or would not.
Because you do realize you asked him that very question for that very reason.
He also said that there was nothing to it, that as best as I recall.
He said the beef was squashed.
It was, yes.
So you said, okay, well, and then that settles it.
Well, I didn't say anything. I thought,
And you didn't do it?
I didn't, no.
Okay.
That completes your cross-examination, counsel?
I think so, sir, but I'm being beckoned. Remember the reference to a guy named Bentley in the statement? That there was a beef with a guy named Bentley? You don't recall?
No.
Okay. Because we listened to the statement earlier, and that statement said the beef was squashed with Bentley. It didn't say that beef was squashed with the Walmart. Right?
I don't recall.
Okay. But you just know that you didn't go and check up on either one.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further.
Counsel, is there any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Detective Bertrand, does surveillance footage exist forever?
No.
Is there a retention time frame in which you have to be able to go to whatever location to retrieve it?
In most cases, from a week or two to 30 days max.
Did Mr. Henry give you any more idea of a time frame as to when this Walmart incident happened?
If he did, it's contained. I don't recall at this point.
Counsel asked you a lot about getting a search warrant for the house.
Correct.
Do you have any information whatsoever that would lead you to believe the defendant, Mr. Demons, or Mr. Henry had been at the house?
No.
Where did all the investigation point to they had been?
In the car.
With regards to the recording studio, did you go there and retrieve the evidence from that location of the video? No. And you get a warrant just based on belief?
No.
On a hope and a prayer?
No.
What do you need?
you need probable cause and evidence that the items of the crime are there.
Did you have anything to base that on to go to a judge and ask for a search warrant at that time?
No.
Do you know?
Hey, man, hey, please stop what you're doing right now, man. And if you haven't, you know I got to let them know, man, for everybody to come in this motherfucker, man. Please drop an elbow on that motherfucking like button and hit that notification if you want to stay tuned in to every time I go live. You know this is what the fuck I do. If you know, you know. If you don't know, now you know. You did. It's no gang, no gang. You're mate. Let's get back into that shit, man. I really feel like I'm in court with these niggas. That shit is crazy. I'm glad yeah, those days is over.
You know how long the defendants lived there before they were evicted? If you don't know when they were evicted, that's
I don't recall.
Counsel brought up a lot about Mr. Henry being evasive or not wanting to answer questions. You asked some questions of him. Did you think he was going to try and exact street justice?
Repeat that again, I'm sorry?
Did you think Mr. Henry was going to try and...
Sustain. I don't know about leading. Sustain the objection.
With regards to the questions you asked of Mr. Henry, did you ask if he was going to take any actions into his own hands?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
This witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Hold on. Thank you, sir. You may step down. You're excused. Who's your next witness, counsel?
Morgan Curry.
Outside?
Yes, sir.
Bring in Morgan Curry, please.
Yes, sir.
Morgan Curry. Well, this is our witness stand. We're going to come up here. When you get to the stand, you put your things down, but just remain standing. Thank you. Raise your right hand to be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Please state your full legal name for the record.
Morgan Curry,
Please spell your first and last name for the record.
MORGAN,
Thank you. Please have a seat. Madam, that microphone will adjust up or down, not back and forth. Are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Curry. How are you today?
Good afternoon.
Where do you currently work?
With the Naval Criminal Investigative Service.
What do you do for the Naval Criminal Investigative Service?
I conduct criminal felony investigations, also hold arrest authority.
And in terms of your job description, what area or specialization do you?
Yes, so specialize in cold cases as well as in forensic consultant for the Naval Criminal Investigative Service.
What does that mean to be a forensic consultant for the Naval Criminal Investigative Service?
Yes, so handle any type of forensic expertise or crime scene processing.
Okay, and the crime scene processing that you do, what types of training and experience do you have to do that from NCIS? And not the TV show, just to be clear.
Correct. Received over 210 hours of formal training in crime scene processing and documentation, to also include photography, the collection of evidence, the processing of evidence, collection of DNA, fingerprinting, various other forensic principles. I also received a bachelor's degree prior to NCIS, but specifically within NCIS, just the formal training of documenting and collecting evidence.
Prior to working for NCIS, where were you employed?
With the Miramar Police Department.
How many years were you with the Miramar Police Department?
About 4 years.
And the 4 years that you were there with Miramar, what different job titles did you hold?
Started out as a evidence and property custodian for 2 years, and then was promoted to a crime scene technician.
Hold on, she said 40 years? How old is she? Yeah, she probably like 50 or something, close to 50. Hold on, how the fuck is that? She said 4 years or 40 years. Am I tripping? There's no way in hell she was being the police for 40 fucking years. That lady don't even, she looked like she 45 or something, 40 something.
2 years.
And so what were your job description as an evidence custodian?
Evidence custodian, so collecting as well as storing any type of incoming evidence or property for the department.
Okay, and then once you were promoted to crime scene technician, how did your job description change?
It included the same responsibilities as the evidence and property custodian, but it changed a bit as far as going out to various scenes to collect, process, as well as document or photograph crime scenes.
Did you take classes or trainings?
Yes, I did.
And so what ones did you take at Miramar Police Department?
Specifically at Miramar, completed a 16-week on-the-job training with crime scene documentation, as well as photography and other crime scene principle training, and then also throughout my employment there within the 2 years, just continued with additional advanced trainings.
Okay. You mentioned that you had a bachelor's degree as well. What was that in?
Also in forensics with a minor in anthropology.
And where did you get that?
Florida Gulf Coast University.
And what year?
2014.
Did you also obtain a master's degree?
Yes, I did.
And in 2017, where did you obtain your master's degree from?
From Nova Southeastern University.
And in what field of study?
Department of Homeland Security was the concentration, but it was the degree was titled National Security Affairs.
With regards to your involvement in this case, October 26th of 2018, did you become involved in the investigation regarding Miramar case number 18-10-020629? Sorry. And what was your job description for this case?
I was a crime scene technician for this case.
Were you the only crime scene technician?
No, there were several others.
So walk the ladies and gentlemen jury through how you first became involved.
First involvement was contacted by our dispatch unit to respond to assist with processing the scene.
And when you are contacted, are you at home? Are you on shift?
I would have to refer back to my report to specifically know for this case. But normally what happens is either contacted by phone and or if we're on our radio, we're contacted via radio.
Do you respond directly to the hospital in this case?
Yes, I did.
What is the first thing you do when you get to the hospital?
Meeting with the detective that's on scene, if they're on scene, and or the lead officer that's there to debrief.
So hold on. Is she the main goddamn? Was she the lead detective, or am I tripping? Because remember, is this the other detective? I didn't know. Hold on. Hell no, this must be something different.
Whatever my assistance is needed for.
Okay. And so, what tasks were you assigned once you spoke with the officers and detectives on scene?
I was specifically tasked with photographing and documenting the individuals that were there at the hospital.
When you say the individuals that were there, were they living or deceased?
Deceased.
Did you have any involvement or contact with Cortland Henry, who would be a living individual?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you have any contact with the defendant in this case, Jamal Demons?
No.
So I'm going to start and go through when you're documenting the scene at the hospital. How do you do that?
First starts with speaking with the detective or officer that's there to kind of brief on the case. Then from there we start with photography. It would also include photographing the scene, photographing the important information and or evidence, documenting via notes, so taking notes as far as address, other pertinent information, and then also if there's collection of evidence, just making sure that you document what evidence you're collecting. and transporting her.
In terms of the number of photographs that you take, I'm not asking you exactly how many, but how is it? Voluminous?
Could you use different words?
Sure. Do you take a bunch of them?
Yes. So, yes.
Is there any particular...
Yeah, she definitely came prepared. Everybody... But you know, they was going to cross-examine all the police first anyway. Or, come on. Because they supposed to, all the people with a badge type shit. You feel me? This is just to prove that the evidence was... the scenes was looked over by professionals. They do shit like this, you know what I mean?
Particular pattern that you do when you're taking these photographs?
Yes. So we start with overalls. So that just includes an overall depiction of the scene to include, again, addresses or any type of location information that there is there. And then we move into mid-ranges. So if there's any specific mid-ranges that ties what you're focusing on in your scene to specific pieces of evidence, you would start there. And then if there is something that needs a close-up photograph, we then move into close-ups.
And do you follow that same process, whether you're documenting a person, a place, or a thing?
That is correct.
In this case, you mentioned collecting evidence. Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you do when you're collecting a piece of evidence?
When you're collecting a piece of evidence, you would start initially by documenting it with notes, and then from there photographing it, and then if there's photographing it in that same sequence. So overall is where it's located, mid-range, and then close-ups. After that, you would then collect it and bag it appropriately to be transported from the scene.
Okay, so I'm going to go back now. When you're collecting it, what do you do to ensure there's no contamination of the evidence?
So we always make sure to have PPE, personal protection equipment. So that includes things like gloves, masks, face mask if needed, a tie-bed suit, which would be kind of like a coverall suit to protect your clothing, and or to protect the specific pieces of evidence to be contaminated with the items on your clothing. And so then from there we would bag them into specific pieces of bagging materials. It could be paper, it could be plastic.
So Investigator Curry, is there a reason why paper bags were used or plastic bags were used?
Yes, so we use paper because it is a porous material, being a breathable material. Any type of biohazard evidence that you're collecting should be in a porous material, some type of paper material so that it can breathe, so that it's not contaminated with mold or other bacterial items.
So if items are damp or moist or wet in any way, how do you deal with that as a crime scene technician?
Yep, so we do have sterilized dryers. So any type of items that are wet at the time, we do transport them in that paper, that breathable material, and then from there it goes over to our drying chamber to be dried.
After they are dried, do you package them again?
Correct. After they're dried, they are packaged in that paper material.
And with regards to our courtroom presentation, are there occasions in which the clothing is placed between clear plastic to make it easier to handle and deal with in court?
Correct.
Okay. So I'm going to start. I'm going to approach here.
Can we approach very briefly? Yes.
Okay, so now they're about to show some evidence. I believe this is actual evidence. I'm not sure, but I believe this to be actual evidence. I don't know what we about to see because this is the evidence lady. But hopefully, I don't know. I got an idea because he's talking about wet. That's like some bloody shit or something. But I don't know if they could do that. Like, I don't know if they can do that. But I don't know. Let's see.
Sorry.
short recess. Do not discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case in your presence. Certainly no research. Just leave your notepads on your chairs. Thank you.
So yeah, short recess real quick. I don't know what happened, but something obviously when she was about to show that evidence and that something stopped it. So I don't know. What y'all think?
Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury stepped down. Counsel remain along with the defendant. Defendant, you need your restroom break? Nope, you're good. All right. Counsel, just so you know, sometimes when I put the white noise on, we have a conversation. You're not facing me. I can't hear what you're doing. That's why I just asked. Not offending anybody. It's good to hear. Open up. All right. No, it's no problem. We're in recess. Appreciate it. Yeah. It's pretty even with defense and prosecution. I say it's like a tie right now. I ain't hear nothing that was just so crazy. It's only day 1, 2, but you know, still. Damn, it looked like they still got the evidence on the goddamn table. So they went to recess. And
Jurors entering.
you gotta stand up. Like hey nigga, I was in this bitch like I was in the courthouse. I'm in this bitch sleep, nigga. Judge entering, nigga, I think I'm in the goddamn cage. I'm about to get the fuck up. Yeah.
You didn't see that. You didn't see that.
Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect the presence of our jury. We go over to the defendant, his counsel, the assistant state attorney, and our witness, Ms. Curry, remains on stand. Counsel, if you're ready to continue, you may.
Yes, Your Honor. So, Investigator Curry, you mentioned that the first step you take is documenting through photographs. When you arrived at the scene for this case at 1901 Southwest 107th Avenue, did you take photographs of the deceased as you found them?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, permission to approach?
Yes, counsel, you may.
Mr. Curry, I want you to take a look at what's been previously marked as States H for identification purposes. It's a USB and a collection of photographs. Prior to coming into court today, did you have the opportunity to review the contents of that USB and the photographs that are attached?
Yes, I did.
Are the photographs a fair and accurate representation of what is on the USB device?
Yes, it is.
Do those photographs fairly and accurately represent the documentation you did of the two individuals who were deceased on October 26, of 2018 as you found them at the hospital?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time the state would request from the state's H into evidence as a composite of 45 photos and 1 USB.
Is there any objection?
No objection to the photos. I assume the USB is exactly what the photographs are. We did not look at the USB.
That is correct. That is done so that there is a hard copy and a digital copy for
muscle memory.
that's necessary.
Yeah, man, I'm still in here, man. Yeah, I'm still in here. Come on, man. I told you I'm rocking out, man. Shout out to my nigga Jason. Shout out Shmoney. Shout out Shadow Files. He's that big booty lawyer, yeah. Hey, listen. No bullshit. Hey, niggas that muscle memory, nigga. Wait, judge entering, nigga. Feel like I'm in this motherfucker in the courtroom with them niggas, you feel me? Y'all smash that like I'm still alive in this, man. I'm still alive. I'm still alive. I'm still alive. Come on, nigga. We still alive in this thing, you hear me?
That representation, no objection.
Thank you. They'll be admitted.
Okay.
States H will be marked as states H.
I'm sorry, what number?
8, number 8.
And permission to
Smash that like button, smash that like button, smash that like button, man. You said she making it more interesting. Little snow bunny, man. Oh, the one next to Melly, yeah, the little, she looked like she a native, like a Native American joint or something. Ain't it? Filipino or something.
So I'm going to start with
It might be mixed.
first photograph here. What are we looking at in this image?
It's our photo template.
What is its purpose?
It documents what's seen in photographing, provides necessary identifying information, as in who took the photos.
Damn, you little evil looking motherfucker. I feel like Melly was looking at me, little evil looking ass.
Necessary identifying information, as in who took the photos, date and time, case number, location, and what the incident is in reference to.
Okay. I'm going to start with the folder that is sub-labeled Anthony Williams. Did you have the opportunity to document the deceased who later became known to you as Anthony Williams?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to start with labeled as image 2. What are we looking at here?
That is the room plate number at the hospital that I responded to.
Was there an officer that was standing outside of this room?
Yes, it was.
Was anyone allowed into this room prior to your arrival for documentation purposes?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Next photo, what are we looking at?
That is the photograph of the wristband that was on the deceased.
And the date of birth of January 1st of 1880 and 138 years old. Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it says on there and what is a trauma bracelet?
I would not know that.
No. Can you describe what it says, what the name was assigned to the individual?
Chocolate, anonymous.
Okay. The second photo, what do you see here?
That is an overall photograph of the deceased.
Why do you take an overall photograph?
It goes back to our initial documentation of how we process each scene. We start with an overall to gather as much information as we can about what we're observing, and then move in to specific areas.
On to the next photograph. What are we looking at here?
It is a close-up of the deceased face.
Okay. Is there items of jewelry that are visible in this photograph?
Yes, it is.
So starting with on the ears, is there jewelry that is in the deceased ear lobes?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Is there, we'll move on to the necklace in a different one. Going on to the next photo.
What are we looking at?
Again, another close-up of the deceased face.
At this point, there is now no longer a hospital gown. What happened?
In order for us to fully document as is, we start off with the overalls with the gown on, and then follow behind with documenting the full overall of the body. So we remove the gown with hospital staff members.
The next photo, the necklace and items here. Did you ever collect those?
No, I did not.
What are we looking at in this image?
Appears to be some type of wound.
Do you document all wounds as they appear to you?
Yes, we do.
Do you have any background in medical training, or are you trained as a medical examiner?
No, I am not.
Moving on to what are we looking at this photograph?
So it's a rearward or supine facing photo of the deceased. Okay. So the back of the head.
Do you do anything to clean up the deceased?
No, we do not.
The plastic bags inside the paper bags, what are those?
So that contain various clothing items and personal belongings to the deceased.
Is this what you're talking about before you get to the drying chamber?
That is correct.
Is this packaging from the hospital or from Miramar?
It's from the hospital.
What are we looking at in this particular image?
Yes, so it's a GSR kit, gunshot residue kit.
And was this performed on Anthony Williams?
Yes, it was.
And now more close-up of this GSR kit.
Correct.
What can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about the red staining that is showing up?
Yes, so the red staining contains various debris as well as the blood that is found on the deceased, or on the area that we use to swab or test.
What is the purpose of the gunshot residue testing?
Yes, so the purpose of the test kit is to determine if there is some type of gunshot residue on the specific item, whether it's an individual or a specific piece of evidence that you're testing.
And the specific name of the gunshot residue test that's being done is what?
Friend or foe.
What was the result of this gunshot residue testing?
It's negative. The presence of GSR.
So going now to the images under the subfolder Christopher Thomas, starting with image number 34. What are we looking at here?
So again, a photo of the room number at the hospital.
He said that bitch looked like Young Thug. She kind of looked like Young Thug's sister. What's her name? Dorothy or Dolly? It's like Dolly, don't it?
The next photo that is here, is this an establishing shot?
Yes, it is an overall.
The black box that's put on there for modesty, was that done by you?
No, it's not.
Okay. When you take the photo, how is the bottom?
As is pristine.
Okay. Do you document the same like we discussed with the prior?
Yes. So it starts all over again, doing your overalls, then into the mid-range and close-ups.
Next photo?
So it's a close-up of the deceased head.
Does anyone assist you in locating areas or wounds, scars, marks, tattoos?
Yes, so if there's other investigators that are there or crime scene technicians that are there, as well as other medical staff or nurses or any other individuals that are allowed to be in that area are assisting.
Was there any evidence of medical intervention that was removed from the body?
Not to my knowledge.
On this picture here, what are we looking at?
So another close-up of the deceased face.
What was the purpose of this next photo that we are looking at?
So it is it's a mid-range of the abdomen area or the body area, the upper body area, to show the various puncture wounds as well as projectiles that are protruding out of the skin.
So, does the screen there work if you circle on it? It should be a touch screen. Let's see. So that when you're talking about the protruding projectiles in the skin.
Correct. It could be, and so it would require additional examination, but it could be anything as far as projectiles or metal shrapnel that comes from casings or bullets.
And in terms of, you're not trained as a medical examiner to know what's going on underneath the skin.
Correct.
On to the next image. What are you documenting in this photo?
So the lower extremities of the deceased, as well as the feet, with the several, what we can observe as some type of injuries.
And was there a name assigned to this individual?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And what was the last and first name of this individual that you were documenting?
Tama Tech Christopher.
Okay.
Please, 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 please stop what you're doing. If you haven't, man, hit that like button. Let's get through this motherfucking algorithm. Let's get to that algo. Let's get to that algo. Let's tear this motherfucking algorithm up. Shout out to everybody that's in the chat, man. The court is almost actually over, so we winding up on the last, you know, the ass end of it. First day, day one, you dig?
What are we looking at in this specific photo?
Yes, so another documentation of the upper body of the deceased, as well as various injuries.
Okay. And then this photo?
A close-up an observed injury to the body.
Moving again to the next photo, what area of the body are we looking at here?
This is the chest as well, chest or abdomen area.
And so if you could just circle on the screen or use the pointer to indicate where's the arm versus where's the chest.
So arm and then the chest.
Moving on to the image here, what extremity are we looking at?
So the inner thigh.
And on which leg?
Right.
And again, a close-up of that same wound in the next photo?
Correct.
Going to the photo that we're looking at here, is someone assisting you in moving the body?
Yes, one of the medical staff members.
Okay. And what are you documenting in this photo?
So documenting the rear or the back of the deceased with the observed injuries.
Okay. Investigator Curry, at the time when you're looking at this individual, have you already seen the Jeep that's outside?
I do not recall.
Okay. So going to next photo, what are we looking at in this one?
So the lower extremities, the rear lower extremities of the deceased.
Here, so I want to make sure it's clear what area have we moved back up to on the body in this photo?
Yes, so the back of the deceased.
Have you done any sort of cleaning or making it easier to see in any way, shape, or form of the body at this point?
No, I have not.
What are we looking at this photo?
So I believe that is the arm, a close-up of the injuries or wounds on the arm.
So I'm just going to go back one. So is that what you call the mid-range shot, and then going forward again, the close-up?
Correct.
Okay. And what are we looking here near the elbow?
Yes, another injury on that same arm.
And then going to this on the thigh. What the last image you talked about on the inner right thigh, where's this defect that we're looking at in comparison to that one?
It's the outer right thigh.
Going to this photo here, what are we looking at here?
So the backside of the deceased.
Okay.
Now in this photo,
A close-up of that same backside of the deceased.
and again, this, again, on the right upper back of the deceased.
Correct.
Next photo, what is this showing?
Some type of injury or defect up under the underarm of the deceased.
The defects for the purposes of this, is someone holding the victim's arm in an upward position?
Yes.
Okay. Next photograph, what are we looking at?
So belongings, various belongings to the deceased.
Did you do the same GSR testing to Mr. Thomas's hands?
Yes, I did.
And with regards to that, were there any results on that?
No, the results were negative.
Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you do the GSR testing on the deceased hands?
Yes. With the assistance of hospital staff, just have them hold their hands out as best the way that we can. Using that kit, again, donning or putting on PPE, so some type of protective equipment, gloves, or some type of mask. Opening the kit up itself from a sterilized package, using that. It's more like a swab or a cotton padding to which we rub against the individual's hand or whatever the object that we're testing for GSR. We rub that for about 15 to 30 seconds to collect whatever fluid that we can on that cotton swab. And then from there, there is a chemical that is within that same tubing or that same kit. That chemical is then applied to the cotton swab there. Wait about 5 seconds or so for a reaction. And if there is a presence of GSR, you will see there's a photograph within the kit or some type of depiction within the kit that shows that if blue specks come up, it does have some type of presence for GSR. And if you do not see those blue specks, then there's a negative presence for GSR.
So going forward, I'm going to show you a large bag here that I'm going to approach with so you can view the contents. I'm going to open up the evidence seal on the outside of the bag now. So, I'm sorry, I don't think we established, prior to today, do you live here locally?
No, I do not.
As part of the Naval Criminal Intelligence Service, where are you stationed?
Virginia.
Is it Virginia?
And if you need gloves, there's 2 different types here. Scissors as well. The items that are in here, if you can look at them best you can without taking them out of the packaging. Do those items appear to be the same ones you collected from the victim, Anthony Williams, on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, it is.
So I'm going to start with our defense counsel. Do you wish to approach?
No.
The items have been placed into clear plastic wrapping. Clear, so we're going to these, so we're going to mark each specific item as item I. What is state item I?
Are you moving them into evidence?
Yes.
They should not be.
Nigga, that's basically like a goddamn vacuum seal or something, right? I didn't even know they could do that shit. Real talk. I ain't know I could do that on game.
Be displayed until moved into evidence without due respect.
Objection sustained, so I want
Investigator, can you just put it behind the TV? All right, is item I the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it on October 26th of 2018?
Is there, excuse me, Counsel, the objection pending still up being displayed to the jury. Is there a way you can do this without?
Yeah, you can.
Put it back to the back.
I'll make it easier. No objection to the close coming into evidence.
So with regards to without objection, so statement estimate states I in.
No objection, correct?
No objection.
It will be admitted. States aye.
Okay. And so states J.
No objection regarding states J.
No. No, sir.
It will be admitted.
States I will be marked states number 9. Number 9.
Y'all think she really caked up like that? She holding? Yeah, it's live. It's almost over.
States J will be marked states 10.
Thank you.
Cyborg.
So to start with what's previously indicated now as states 8, 9, the black pants. Could you please hold those up for the jury?
Hey, what up, Yasmin? Yasmin, shout out to Yasmin. Shout out to everybody that's in here, man. The newcomers and the ones, the OGs, man. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out Yasmin, man. Y'all pull up, man. Smash that motherfucking like button, man. Hit that subscribe if you want to stay in tune. Hit that notification if you definitely want to know every time I go live. You dig? Yes, it's definitely an Android in that motherfucker. The dump truck, I gotta look at it again. Let me see if she really double. You know what I mean? Double cheeked up in that motherfucker. You let me see what she doing. Is she Spanish or is she white? If she's Hispanic or Colombian or something, okay, she double cheeked up. But let me see. She could be double cheeked up white too. I ain't gonna cap. You know what I'm saying?
Moving on to state K.
Any objection?
No objection.
States K will be admitted if that's what you're seeking, Counsel.
Yes, Your Honor.
States K will be marked states 11.
Appreciate that, double R. No, I'm here, yo. We just been in here for like 5 hours, y'all. I done drunk a double. You know what I'm saying? We've been in. Shout out to everybody that's been rocking, man. From the first live to the second one, we had a little technical difficulties, but this is probably the longest I've been on live in probably about a month and a half or something. We had to be on this bitch about 5-6 hours. This one alone was 4 hours, so we've been on here like 6 hours. We've been at court with these niggas. Shout out to everybody in here, man. Rocking like cut off stock. Y'all know I'm gonna take my time to bring y'all that exclusive shit. You feel me? So you know what I mean? One thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna work hard. I'm gonna bust my ass, nigga. You feel me? Even though YouTube got me fucked up and they demonetized me for no fucking reason, but I'm gonna fix YouTube. I'm gonna expose them because they already exposed themselves. Y'all need to fix y'all AI. But that's a whole nother podcast. Let's get back into it.
Would be so kind as to tell us and describe to the jury what is your hand right now?
So in my hand is a jean jacket that was seized from the hospital.
And what number is that, Counsel?
States 10, Your Honor.
Thank you.
to the plan to publish states 11. I'll switch with you. Thank you.
Thoughts, appreciate that. Yeah, Mr. Crash Out, they definitely still trying to give Melly the death penalty, my brother. And all it takes is 8 jurors to say he's guilty. It's not even like the full 12 got to say he's guilty. If the majority of the jurors is 8 or better, I think or is it 8 to 4? Yeah, 8. It got to be 8 to 4 at least for them to give him the not only be guilty but to give him the death penalty. So it's looking pretty fucked up for bro.
Investigator Curry, is that how you received the shirt?
No, it was not.
What did you do in terms of processing it or any cuts or anything to the shirt?
So we don't cut anything from the items itself. What we simply do is spread it out, per se, so it's folded, unfolded, so that it can be tried in a dry machine.
Okay. And last but not least, the initial original packaging.
That's correct.
Is that the initial original packaging that those items were placed into?
Yes, that is.
And did that have your name, handwriting, case number, and seal on it?
That is correct.
Those are the victims. Julie and Jack. They got killed. That's what they had.
So with regards to the items from the victim, Mr. Anthony Williams, what did you do to process those clothing items?
So after they were done drying, to document them, once again photographing them in the lab, to document any type of what we could identify as wounds or cuttings or anything that would assist us in documenting the clothing that came from the deceased.
When you are documenting on the outside of these packaging items, are you indicating a photo marker on them?
Yes.
And why do you put the photo marker on there?
So visually it allows some type of visual documentation, so it's easier to see what we're looking at.
Okay. I'm trying
as well as to identify that specific piece.
Trying to defense counsel state L. More close. Investigator Curry, I'm showing that's been previously marked as states L for identification purposes only. Do you recognize the handwriting on that packaging?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize your seal and Miramar ID number on it?
Yes, I do.
And is that in the same or substantially same condition as when you packaged it in October of 2018?
Yes, it is.
And what is this item?
It is identified as one black sock, one black and gray sock, one black boxer.
And which individual did you take these from?
Anthony Williams.
And at this time, the state would request to state LN.
Any objection?
No objection.
It'll be admitted.
States L, you mark states number 12.
Investigator Curry, if I could ask you to be so kind as to publish these items. There are 3. 2 socks and a pair of
Positive
gloves. And there are gloves if you're hanging. The scissors are right there. If you'd be so kind as to open it.
Do you want me to remove them out of the back?
Please, if you could hold them up and show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. So, Investigator Curry, did you collect any of the tennis shoes in this case?
Yes, I did.
God damn. Alright, fuck. We gonna break down every piece of clothes them boys had on or what? Let's get to the let's talk, nigga. Yeah, we gonna skip past this, bro. She just about to clarify that these are the actual things. God damn. Just pull out the whole outfit or something. Is that blood? Is the white shit like the blood dried up?
Sure. Show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the defects that you documented.
So yeah, that shit shot up or what? Damn. Is that his shirt? Or was that a vest?
Show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the defects that you documented.
So here, 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 and here as well.
What's been admitted as states 14, the black Stranger Things jacket. You can do the same on the back of that.
They dragging their feet on this part, bro. All right, here we go. Can we get a look? That's what I'm saying. Can we look at this shit or something? All right, we're gonna skip a little ahead. They being slow with all them extra pieces of evidence. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Shout out to everybody that hit the like, man. Make sure you smash the motherfucking like, man. If you in here, smash that like. It's free, bro. It's free. Free 99. Smash that motherfucker one time for the game, man. Let's speed this shit up because they drag.
The item letter that's assigned to the items.
Do you go through and assign a letter to each item that you're looking at?
Yes, each item that's collected receives a letter.
So going through on item G, and I believe there are 50 photographs, Your Honor, to answer your prior question. Why do you take photographs of each side of these shoes?
To accurately depict the entire item from various angles.
Okay. Again on item G. Moving on to item H. What, in terms of, is that the same that's been previously admitted into evidence, the black pants that we looked at first?
Yes, it is.
The contents of the pockets, why do you photograph it as such?
To be able to document what items are within the pockets because they may not be visible
Okay.
as they are.
And now what are we looking at on item H? What view?
So the back side or the rear side of the jeans.
So this is still marked as item number or letter H.
Yes.
What items were found inside item H?
These were the items that were derived from the black jeans.
Were those items collected and cataloged?
Yes.
Okay. With regards to the amount of currency that you're seeing right here, how much is that?
$97.
Council, it's been previously marked as states R. Investigator Curry, do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
It's been marked as state's art for identification purposes. What is that?
It's a currency that filled with the currency from the item each that was identified.
And is it in the same or potentially same condition as when you collected it on the day of processing?
Yes, it is.
Is it sealed with your name and ID still?
Yes, it is.
Is it verified by another individual as to the amount of the currency?
Yes, it is.
Here at this time, the state would request to move states are in.
Is there any objection?
No, sir.
It'll be admitted. Next series, what is that?
States R will be marked states 18.
Thank you.
On to what's been labeled here as states. Your Miramar item I, previously admitted into evidence, the boxers and the 2 socks.
That is correct.
Is this how you found them?
Yes.
Do you do any of the cutting of them when you receive them?
No, I do not.
Do you know who does?
Generally medical staff.
What's item J?
Picture of the jean jacket that was provided by medical staff of the deceased, or from the deceased.
With regards to this next photo of item J, there is an arrow indicating a circular area. Are you able to tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury if that is or is not a distressed portion of the jacket or is some sort of bullet defect?
Based on my experience in training, it appears to be something similar to a bullet hole.
Okay. With regards to the arrows, is that where you're putting those on there?
That is correct.
Moving on to the back of item J, is that how it looked when you collected it?
That is correct.
Based on your training and experience as a crime scene investigator, does the appearance of blood change over time as it's stored in evidence?
That is correct.
That's still the same jacket that we have in evidence?
That is correct.
Again, item J with the 2 arrows that you have on there?
That is correct.
Those 2 areas of interest that you identified?
Yes.
This is a close-up of the one item J defect. What can you tell about this particular item that makes you, based on your training experience, say that it's a bullet hole?
Just based on the size, the distress in the jeans, or I'm sorry, in the clothing, and the diameter of the specific defect.
So going on to the black shirt that's been placed in evidence.
Alright, bro. Hold on. We gotta skip this shit, bro. Please, get her off the stand. I don't want to hear her ask a question about every fucking piece of... We get it. I think it's proven that they need to let the fucking defense, because like, bro, she already improved the professional. We get it. What's good with that IWN podcast? Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Please smash it like I know these motherfuckers is dragging this shit. Okay. So okay, she got a little something back there. A little, you know what I mean? I can work with it. You know what I mean? It's real. Cause them BBLs be looking crazy in the motherfucker right about now. I ain't fucking too much with them damn BBLs. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Showing you what's been marked as states T for identification purposes. Are those the sneakers that we just used in those photographs?
Yes.
Do they in the same or potentially same condition?
Yes.
Here at this time, the state requests to move states T in.
Any objection?
No objection.
T will be admitted in the next series, counsel.
States T will be marked States 20.
Thank you.
Soldier Q. Shout out to my bro Soldier Q, man. Real day one nigga, man. Real appreciate all the support, man, since day one, man. Hope everything been good with you, my brother. We over here checking out Ynw Melly, man. Smash that like, my nigga. You pop in. Shout out my nigga Play Runner too, man. He been down with a nigga for a minute too. Shouts out, nigga. Real talk. Let's get into this shit.
Investigator Gray, would you be so kind as to open this and publish it for the jury?
It's like 20.
20.
Bitch, like, you know how in the movies niggas be having the glasses, but if you like with the little eyes look like you up but you sleep, I be in that motherfucker. Listen, boring ass prosecution, man. Let this lady, we don't need to hear this no more. We know every piece of clothes is really their clothes. There's blood on it, we can tell. God damn, you don't have to do all 18 articles of clothing, nigga. Just show a couple, do like 5 and then show the pictures of the other ones and say, like, come on, gang. Wear out the jury.
And Investigator Curry, those New Balance shoes, where were they collected from?
It shows that they were collected from the hospital.
With regards to the other items that were collected from the victims, did you collect any suspect narcotics?
Not to my knowledge.
In terms of events, that was October 29th of 2018, that was all the investigative work you did on that date?
Correct.
So I'm going to go forward to November 21st of 2018. What was your role in the investigation on that day?
On the 21st, can I have a report or some type of refresher?
Yes, would you help to refer to your report? I will show defense counsel. Okay. And so if you would just refer to it silently to yourself and once your memory is refreshed.
Yeah.
Thank you. So on November 21st of 2018, what was your role in this investigation?
Responded to US 27 to document a additional scene that was believed to be some type of supplement to the initial call out for this case.
When you arrived on scene at the US 27, who else was there?
Several other detectives, law enforcement personnel, to include Miramar Police Department detectives and other crime scene investigators.
And with regards to those crime scene investigators, what was your specific role?
To assist in documenting and collecting any evidence that was observed on the scene.
Did you collect evidence there?
Yes, I did.
Okay. In terms of, we're going to start with the photographs. Did you take photographs at that scene?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Showing what's been previously marked as states V for identification. Investigator Curry, do you recognize that USB?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize the photos that are attached to it?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize those?
It has my information on there, my badge number, Miramar Police Department badge number, and it's also in my name.
Did you have an opportunity to review the contents of that USB and those photographs before coming to court today?
Yes, I did.
Did they fairly and accurately depict the evidence and your processing and documenting on November 21st of 2018?
Yes, it does.
Here at this time, the state would request to move states V into evidence and permission to the public.
Oh, them niggas had, bro. I was one day away from being able to be remonetized, and they gave me another bogus ass strike for an old video that they talking about some harassment and bullying, and I ain't bullied. That shit is crazy, my nigga. I swear to God, I still got the video on, and it's funny because the video's on my Facebook. If I show you that fucking video, bro, you can be like, where the fuck did I might just send niggas the link. If you want the link to the video that but YouTube just said that they can't give you strikes for old videos. Like, and not that one, but the one before that. Both of my last 2 strikes was false, bro. And YouTube started ignoring me when I kept hitting them up on Twitter, and they just end up fucking ignoring me. It's because they AI be picking up on like, say for instance, you would say something, but the AI think you were saying something in the sense of telling people to do. That's not what happened with me. I really didn't do shit, I swear to God, nigga. I had to second guess myself like, damn. And then right when I was about to be remonetized, I had lost a strike on the 20th of last month. And then on the 23rd, they hit me with a new strike. So now I can't even get remonetized until August. My second channel just got monetized, but still, it's a fresh channel. You know what I'm saying? It's all good, bro. But when I lose this next strike, I'm gonna sit and do an in-depth video with proof and show everybody how YouTube, and I'm gonna make sure everybody tag YouTube, bro, because I know I'm not the only one that should be happening to, bro. Like, how the fuck y'all ban me? I don't say you let Charleston Wright run around here and say all this wild shit and all these, like, them niggas be saying shit. They should be kicked off. Like, they be saying real hate speech type shit. Like, that shit is bogus, bro. They AI system is flawed, and YouTube just admitted that I can't wait to do this fucking video, bro. I might need to go ahead and just do that shit like today or tomorrow and drop that bitch. But they just said, they finally admitted that the first people that give you strikes and look at your shit is a computer. YouTube always lied and said that they just dropped a video, a new vlog about updates, and the dude who run the community guidelines said yes. The first person that see your shit is a computer. It's not a human. And they've been fucking lying this whole time. So yeah, man, but it's all good, my nigga. They can't stop me, bro. You know how we do it, nigga. They done took a nigga channel. They done gave a nigga false strikes, bro. It got me thinking like, damn, maybe I need to start telling motherfuckers saying some wild shit like Hassan Campbell, but that ain't me though, nigga. I ain't gonna say some shit I don't mean. You know what I'm saying? I'll say some shit that if I mean it, but this shit ain't fair, bro. That shit fucked up, nigga.
Any objection?
No objection, basically with the same proviso. The USB we have not seen. If those are copies of the photographs, I have no objection.
State?
They are the same, Your Honor.
No objection.
They'll be admitted evidence.
Case B will be marked case 21.
You may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Nigga, y'all know I'm an honest nigga, bro. I ain't a lying ass nigga, bro. If I did something wrong, I would tell y'all like, damn, I kind of fucked up and did it. But if I didn't do it, bro, I'm not guilty, nigga. Like, if I ain't do it, I'm not pleading guilty, nigga. They fucked up, and that's how every time. That's how I can tell that YouTube uses a AI to do it, because the shit don't even be making sense. Like, when I look at the strike and see what it's about, I be like, what? I didn't say shit like that. Where did they even get that from? I don't know if it was something that somebody said in it or something, but like, that shit crazy, bro. And imagine niggas who got like millions of subscribers. You know what I'm saying? That's getting false strikes. I'm pretty sure. I can't be the only one, bro. At this point, I really do feel targeted, bro. I swear to God, I feel targeted. At first, I was saying that shit, but now it's like, I'm back to back catching shit. Like, come on, how the fuck? And it's not even true, nigga. It's not even truthful. Like, come on. And then it be all old videos, nigga, because it's not no new shit. I know how to not make. That's why I be bullshit, bro. And it don't be the whatever they say out the rule I be breaking is not what the fuck I be doing, bro. I got a bone to pick with YouTube, dead ass, bro. They trying to stun a nigga growth, bro, and fuck a nigga bag up. But it's cool. We gonna grind hard.
Starting with the first image.
So the photo template, the initial photo that is taken with photograph in the scene.
And is this still under the same 18-10-06269 case number?
Correct.
And what date, again, was this done on?
November 21st, 2018.
Okay. The next photo, what are you showing here?
A location or establishing shot of where the scene is.
What direction are you facing in this photograph?
I believe it's going to be east to west. I'm sorry, south to north.
Hold on, just 1 second. So you said you were facing east in this direction, west, and US 27 would be behind you?
Yes, that is correct, east to west.
So for the purpose of further on pictures, the power lines that we see on the right side, that's the south side of the road?
That is correct.
And there are no power lines on the north side of the road?
That is correct.
Okay. You indicated that there were other investigators on scene as well?
That is correct.
Is this some of the canine officers you were discussing?
Correct.
So again, looking in an eastern direction, but now focusing on the south side of the road. Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury some of the yellow and orange markers and what they're there for?
Yes. So the yellow and orange markers are there to help depict items of evidence that can't necessarily be seen as they are maybe covered by the shrubs or the grass.
Okay. So moving on, what direction are you facing in this photograph here?
Facing towards the west.
And so at the end of this street here, what road is this?
On the end there is US 27.
Okay. The items that we see here, the flags, do they correspond with a photo marker or are they indicating something else?
So they may be corresponding with they have a photo marker next to it, but they depict the actual pieces of evidence.
So going on to this next.
I think that them little markers right there, if I'm not mistaken, I think that them little markers. Remember they said they found like 8 shell casings on the side of some road or some shit? That's what I think. I don't know. That's what it looked like. But I could be wrong because they got, I don't know. That's what it seemed like.
Photo, again with the power lines looking at the south side of the street. How many items did you indicate with photo markers on the south side of the street?
7.
And so on the north side of the street, how many items did you indicate with photo markers?
3.
Do they continue in sequential order?
Yes, they do.
1 through 7 is on the south side, 8, 9, and 10 on the north side.
Correct.
Again, showing 8, 9, and 10 on the north. So I'm going to go back to item number 1, back on the south side. Can you describe what we're looking at in this photo here with photo marker number 1?
Yes. So the shell casing, spent casing, that's it.
Okay. That's that particular item?
That is correct.
Was this item collected?
Yes, it was.
Why do you take multiple photographs from different angles of these items?
Just to get an overall depiction of the specific item, and then also accounting for lighting or better visibility of the item.
And the glass appearing object underneath the casing, did you collect any of that specific glass right there?
I do not believe we did.
Why not?
I think after discussing with the investigators, did not believe that it was in reference or pertaining to the case at hand.
Okay. Did it have any characteristics of auto glass?
Objection beyond the scope
If she knows.
of her expertise.
Thank you. First, establish that she may know something about this.
So, Investigator Curry, in part of your training in crime scene, is it determining what evidence may be something that would be to collect?
Yes, it is.
In terms of the facts of the case, is that something that you're familiar with and you familiarize yourself with to know what types of evidence may exist?
Correct.
For glass and glassware, do you have any training in identifying potential sources of glass or other items that may be of evidence you're done?
Yes, I do.
With regards to the glass in the Jeep that was found at the hospital, had you had the opportunity to view that Jeep prior to November 21st of 2018?
Yes, I have.
The glass that was in the Jeep, was that consistent with the glass that's there in this photo marker number 1?
No, it was not.
No. Moving on to photo marker number 2. What are we looking at in this particular image?
So the glass fragments that are in the glass.
Going now to photo marker number 2, the next image. Can you describe to ladies and gentlemen how you're taking this photo?
So it is considered a close-up photograph of the glass fragments. It is at 90 degrees directly over the glass that was on the ground.
Moving on to photo marker number 3. What was significant with photo marker number 3?
I would have to, are you able to zoom in? Is there another photograph? Or if I can refer to my report?
You can refer to your report. Would that help in refreshing your recollection as to photo number 3?
Yes, it would.
Okay. Counsel, do you need to see the report? Same report?
Same report, I have it, thank you.
Okay. And draw your attention to the third photo number 3. In reviewing that, is your memory now sufficiently refreshed?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so in this photograph here, what are we looking at?
Glass fragments.
And could you kind of circle it on the screen so it's clear to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we're... Those look different than the last glass fragments
Yes, they are.
we were looking at. How are they different so it's clear on the record?
It appears to be a tint or a darker color.
Yeah, what up, Colette? What up?
Moving on to photo markers, and so this is the establishing shot for which 4 photo markers?
Hey, shout out everybody in the chat, man. We still here rocking like cut off stocking, man. These people over here looking at the motherfucking evidence from the scene of the crime right now, you dig? Allegedly.
4, 5, 6, and 7.
Okay. Going to the close-up of photo marker number 4. What was the important item of evidence in this photo?
Spent casing.
Okay. There's a scale on each photo marker. Why is that?
So we're able to document the size of the specific item on the picture or that we're photographing.
And are all of these items later on collected?
Yes, they are.
Going on to photo marker number 5. I'm going to start with the item to the left here. What is that?
Spent casing.
Okay. Moving over to the right of photo marker number 5. What is that?
A spent casing.
Did you collect both of those 2 spent casings?
That is correct.
Okay. And in terms of another view of these 2 casings on number 5, is that what we're looking at here?
That is correct.
Moving on to photo marker number 6. What? I'm going to move into the closer up one for photo marker number 6. I'm going to start to the one to the left. What is that?
Spent casing.
So, okay, so they're just about to, we know all these shits is casings. These are the 8 shells that they said was, they found on the side of the road at that other location. Okay. Yeah, we can fast forward that. They dragging the forensics, bro. I ain't gonna lie. It's like, god damn, this shit is a drag. Let's see. They dragging the forensics. I ain't gonna lie.
Judge, can we approach briefly?
Yes.
Put that shit on mute. That's when they mute the okay, okay. You feel me? I ain't gonna say nothing. But they be muting it right there so we can't hear what they all talking about on the bench right there when they approach the bench. But I do like how this shit is way more professional than YSL and shit. You know, they got better camera angles and shit. I feel like they learned or something. Like they learned from this shit. Like they gotta, bro. They gotta learn from this motherfucker. He said, Shane Trent came and said, YNW, how could you? What'd he do, man? What'd he do, bro? What'd he do? All he had was a little bit of murder on his mind in his song. Yeah! my nigga Roro said, yeah! Oh, hold on. What he said? He said, man, I married. That's hard how he right there by himself. That's like an album cover right there. He just by himself at this fucking thing. What did he say? Hold on. What did he say? Them the goddamn teeth, goddamn busting out his. He got real teeth for veneers because them motherfuckers looking big as a bitch. Or do he get his shit's permanent though, right? So he ain't get this. He ain't got this shit. That nigga, he must have got some veneers, then got a grill or something. Cause that nigga shit, goddamn, he got a Hollywood smile. That nigga got them AD type. Nigga got them NBA YoungBoy teeth, nigga. With the what the fuck? Cover him just sitting there looking like not even looking at the camera, but kind of like looking off a little bit. That's all he need, and just put like a parental advisory sticker, get a little filter, get it, you know what I mean, and then get some dope font. That should be hard. Okay, yeah, he got perms. I thought he had permanents. Yeah. The motherfuckers. I thought he's supposed to take him out. I thought he was fake getting an infection or some shit. What the fuck did he just smell himself? Yo, this nigga just Yo, hey, yo, my nigga, is that me? That nigga smell just like the jail cell. That nigga said, man, I was doing, nigga did 1,000 push-ups yesterday. That nigga said, God damn, God. Yo, that is funny as fuck. My nigga smell his underarms. I don't think he know that, he gotta know the camera on him, yo. That is funny as fuck, bro. My nigga smelt his underarms. That nigga don't got shit to do. Yeah, he should have threw the frames on. My nigga had to smell. He had to make sure it wasn't him. It might be one of them damn lawyers. It fake might be one of them lawyers in that bitch cranking like a motherfucker. Rank as a bitch. Oh, that's the big Indian woman right there. She a big Amazon giant. Damn. Yeah, she might be a native. She a big giant. Jeez. Look. She is a shout out to the big giants. I ain't saying nothing bad. I'm just saying, yeah, look at how she's sitting down, she's taller than Melly. She definitely gotta be like 6'3". She definitely gotta be like 6'3", because she probably got heels on. So she probably like 6'4", 6'5" with the heels or some shit. Maybe she's 6'2".
Is it in the same or substantially same condition as when you recovered it on November 21st of 2018?
That's correct.
What does that item consist of?
The glass fragments, as all of the glass fragments that were obtained from the scene.
Are there 5 samples of glass fragments that are in that container?
That is correct.
And that you recognize your seal and ID number as signing on that?
Sustained, don't leave.
With regards to that, is there anything else on there that was not on there when you last sealed it?
Yes, there is.
Oh.
The yellow sticker here, do you recognize that?
No, I do not.
Here at this time, the state of request to move states W in.
There, objection.
Yes. Credit. She doesn't recognize the seal on that particular item.
Anything else?
Incorrect statement as to that. It's theirs.
Excuse me, anything else, Mr. Adelson?
No, sir.
Objection's overruled. It'll be admitted.
States W will be marked states 22.
Moving on to what's been marked as states X for identification purposes. Showing counsel.
What number?
Okay, Investigator Curry, I'm now showing you what's been previously marked as states X for identification purposes. Do you recognize those items?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
My writing on the packaging as well as my name and ID number, near my ID number at the time.
And are they in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected them on November 21st of 2018?
That is correct.
Are they sealed?
Yes, they are sealed.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will request to move state X in.
No objection.
It'll be admitted.
States X will be marked states 23.
So, Investigator Curry, on states 22 and 23, did you photograph those items?
Yes, I did.
So I'm showing counsel what's been previously marked and reviewed as states composite Y, a USB, and 9 pages of photographs.
Just like the same representation.
Of course. Investigator Curry, I'm showing you now what's been previously marked as states composite Y for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that USB and those 9 pages of photographs?
Yes, I do.
Do they fairly and accurately represent the documentation that you did of states 22 and 23 that is now in evidence?
Yes.
Now, at this time, the state requesting move states Y in as
Any objection?
No objection with the same proviso. The USB is the same as the photographs.
And that's the
correct.
representation?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. It'll be admitted.
Okay.
States Y will be marked states 24. So plus 1 USB composite and 9 photos.
So starting with what's labeled as image 76, if you could just briefly describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the case number that's on there as well as the number marker.
Yes. So the case number identifies it's in reference to the same case that these items.
God damn, they are just gonna just bore the fuck out of the jury today, right? That's what we gonna do. They must not be trying to get a prosecutor a chance to talk again.
Okay. So just read the first paragraph silently to yourself and let me know when your memory has been sufficiently refreshed.
Refresh.
Okay, and so what was the address of that?
5700 Toscana Place, apartment 307.
While you were at that residence, did you make contact with any individuals?
Not to my recollection.
The search warrant and the photographs that were taken at that, you said there was no firearms recovered?
Correct.
Was there a storage unit key that was recovered?
I would have to refer to the report.
If I may, would that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay. And then the sixth paragraph, if you just read that silently to yourself.
Thank you.
So was there a storage unit key that was collected?
Yes, there was.
Was there mail collected from that location?
Yes, it was.
The individual that was named on the mail, who was that?
Jamel Demons.
With regards to later on that day, did you then help and assist on the execution of a second search warrant?
Yes, I did.
So that second search warrant at a storage unit location, did you recover any firearms there?
No, we did not.
Just a moment to compile this document. So I'm going to show you what's been show counsel. What's been marked as State Z. So I'm showing you what's been previously shown to defense counsel as state and marked for identification as state's composite Z. Do you recognize those items?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize those items?
With my handwriting on there, as well as my initials, date, and my Miramar Police Department number on the seal.
And do they are the same or substantially same conditions when you collected them on the October of 2018?
Correct.
Here at this time, the state would request to move states Z in a composite of 3 items.
Is there any objection?
No.
It'll be admitted as a
States.
composite of 3. What's the number?
State Z is a composite of 3 items, and it will be marked states 25.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, 25, you said?
25.
And so, permission to publish state Z.
You may.
Ms. Curry, if you'd be so kind as to open that and publish those items. tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the items are?
A clear bottle cap, grab leaf packaging with a black straw inside, and Florida identification card for Anthony Williams.
And where were those items found?
Found at the hospital, retrieved from the hospital.
The items there, they're in the same condition?
Yes, they are.
With regards to what's been previously marked for identification as states AA, do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
A impact filter from the spent casings found at US 27.
And how do you recognize that?
With my markings, my writing, as well as my...
Okay. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what...
God damn. They dragging this bitch, ain't it? We gonna stay locked in though, man. I had to speed that motherfucker up, bro. Like, Jesus.
So property receipt identifies any type of evidence or items that are obtained.
Well, no, actually 5. We like 7 hours in, y'all. We 7 fucking hours in. I've been screaming for 7 fucking hours. Y'all been rocking for 7.5 hours. Shout out to the whole chat.
Or collected.
Is that something you document at the time when you were collecting the items?
That is correct.
Looking at that property receipt, are you refreshed as direction if you collected any suspect narcotics?
That is correct.
Did you collect any suspect narcotics from the person of Christopher Thomas?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
Cannabis.
Okay. And that item, was it packaged?
Yes, it was.
Do you have the ability to test suspect narcotics at the Miramar Police Department?
Yes, we do.
In terms of, is it analysis for a chemical certainty, or is it a presumptive test?
It's a presumptive test.
Additional testing for any such information as to what that substance was, what agency does that, to your knowledge?
It's sent out to the BSO lab.
Shout out to everybody. Yeah. Lucky I had that coffee. I'm trying to hang in there, man. I'm hanging in there with y'all, bro. We've been rocking, bro. This is the longest I done screamed really in some shit. Now that I think about that, we at the 7-hour mark. But shout out to the whole chat, man. If you want to support, man, you could if you want to support a nigga, man, you can hit that motherfucking Cash App. I'm gonna drop the Cash App in there, nigga. A real nigga would appreciate it, nigga. Since YouTube trying to hate on a nigga. You feel me? Whatever you send, nigga, but if not, it's cool. I just appreciate it. Just smash that like at the least, nigga. Shout out to the whole chat, man. 7 hours in this bitch, y'all. Come on now. We doing this shit, nigga. Smack that motherfucker. You send $1 to that bitch, nigga. I'm definitely gonna have to. And I still gotta work out. Bro. I ain't even really eat today, but it's cool.
So after you conducted the documentation, all the photographs, how do you preserve those photographs?
They are burned to a disc, whether it's CD or DVD, and stored in our evidence facility.
After you did that in this case, did that conclude your involvement in this investigation?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Counsel, can I see sidebar, please?
Yes.
I think he about to tell them, hey y'all know it's goddamn 5 o'clock. Y'all niggas. Let me make sure that it's on good quality. Hold on, gang. Alright. He probably tell them niggas, look, man, I want to go to the house, man. Y'all niggas, you asking 30 of the same fucking questions at the slowest rate possible. God damn. Appreciate that, gang. Appreciate that, y'all. Real talk. I appreciate y'all, nigga. Y'all know I do this shit. Man, y'all gave me something new that I enjoyed doing besides like music and all the other shit. So I appreciate y'all for even, getting me to where I'm at. It was always us. You know what I'm saying? We ain't getting no super crazy cosigns, or I was never on no crazy big platform like to the extent of, you know what I'm saying, really get so. We built this shit from the ground up, from the mud. You feel me? That's why I don't even give a fuck. YouTube can hate on me. I'm gonna get YouTube. I'm gonna straighten them though. I'm gonna straighten YouTube. I think they on are they on recess? Is that recess? Is that? Damn. Is it? I'm telling y'all, he probably told him, yo, man, it's 5 o'clock. I want to go. Cause you know the judge don't really have to pay attention. He just got to make sure that it's order in the courtroom. It's the jury that makes the decision. So he don't got to sit there and really break down the facts or no. He just, if you look, he just sitting up there like, he not like the YSL, you know what I'm saying? Would they, I mean, even though the jury gonna have to do the YSL case.
Before you leave, so we can have that conversation for the defense counsel. Thanks.
Anything else to discuss from the state?
No, Your Honor.
From defense?
No, sir.
So just to be clear, on this one item of evidence, I know the defense objected to its admission not to the glass fragments, but to the notations on the envelope.
You can have a seat. You want
identified side
No.
glass.
Stan, I mean, I got PayPal too, bro, but as far as like just PayPal and Cash App, bro, they gave me a false strike, bro, and they took my monetization. Like, I'm gonna keep rocking though, nigga. No, I appreciate y'all, bro. I appreciate y'all, Chris. I appreciate you. I know your name. I know who you is. Shout out Colette. Shout out Stan. Yeah, PayPal, Cash App, really, nigga. I don't know. Just hit the like, man, if that's all you can do. I'm just saying, man, I appreciate y'all just on some G shit, nigga. Like, it has been a long ass day, but we gonna have to do it probably again. We gonna see how, you know what I mean, the scheduling going. But I think they about to call it for the day. We gonna see.
Overruled the objection, but it was based on the understanding that it's provisionally going to be entered. Counsel's not going to show the envelope to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury until, because there's basically, the way I understand the objection, it's an opinion like that this glass came from the side window of the vehicle in question. So that is not going to be shown to the jury unless it's tied up. If it's not tied up, it's going to be redacted.
Of course, Your Honor.
We all straight?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah,
all right. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Shout out, Get Money. Shout out, Get Money.
Other request.
That's shout out to Get Money. That's my See, Get Money. No, Get Money be at the live music stream. I'm thinking about doing Listen to Your Music tonight too. If y'all down, if y'all want me to do, I gotta take a break first though. Like after this go off, I definitely gotta take a break and gotta eat and gotta work out real quick. Gotta do at least like an hour workout. But I'll do Listen to Your Music tonight. But that is the PayPal. Shout out Get Money. That's the PayPal right there.
Can I get all of our clients' family in the courtroom? I know last year when we spoke about this, we were supposed to have an overflow room possibly, where there would just be a TV in there, and then other people could sit there because he
Well,
wants.
respectfully, that was never brought up to me. I'm not aware of any overflow rooms. I do know that the room right behind here is allocated for the news media press. They have that little room in there where they, so they're not here as much in the courtroom. And I guess the photographer is in the other room while the thing is being played. I don't know about it being overflowed into another courtroom.
Are they in, what county they in Florida? Is this Broward County or what county is this? What county is it in? I think, is it Broward or am I mistaken?
I'm not aware of that. It wasn't brought to my attention beforehand. I don't know what the possibility of that is. I'm more than happy to look into it, but it's not going to happen today.
Okay.
Can we just approach briefly for a moment?
I think Judge ready to go home. He said, man, it's not going to happen today. Judge like, nigga, I want to go to the house, nigga. Judge like, I want to go to the house. Judge said, I want to go to the house. Hold on, hold on. Let me go get my phone. Let me get my phone. I'm gonna put it in the chat, bro. I'll put it in the chat. Hold on, I'm gonna put it in the chat. Judge ass ready to go to the house. He like, nigga, I'm hungry. So I'm put it in the chat. Stan. Shout out to starting off a million. They ain't even got the damn that's my PayPal right there, man. Shouts out. Yeah, I knew it, bro. I knew the judge was gonna call that shit. I knew it. Yeah, I knew the judge was gonna call it. It was 5 o'clock. She dragged that last, like, God damn, you gonna ask about literally every, but I guess that's part of that's their job, right? I can't, how can I get mad at them? It's just like, damn, that shit, I forget. God is good. I ain't been to court in so long. I be forgetting how boring that shit is. That shit is boring. Like when they do their little thing, it ain't, the only time it ain't boring is when you doing it, when they trying to prove you innocent type shit. You feel me? But let me see if they called it. Let me see if they called it. Yep, they called it. But it's something else I want to go to too, real quick. Maybe, no, never mind. I'm gonna make a video about that, man. Shout out to everybody that's pulled up to the chat today, man. Been inside the screen. We've been rocking since for 7 hours, bro. No kizzy, man. Day 2. I'm guessing day 2 is tomorrow. I'm guessing, I don't know yet, but I'm pretty sure. Shout out to everybody that been in the chat, man. DT, Aldine, everybody that hit the like button, everybody that just tuned in. Shout out anybody that dropped the donation, dropped the cash out, man. Shout out Colette, shout out Stan, all y'all. Appreciate y'all. We on our road. We on the road to 40,000. We just hit 37,000 subscribers. We're like 4 days ago. I haven't even made a video about that yet, but I appreciate y'all. You feel me? Cause you know I was in YouTube jail I just got out of YouTube jail. I only been out of YouTube jail for maybe 4 days, 5 days. So you know, 2 weeks before that I wasn't even able to post and shit. So it's a blessing that y'all keep subscribing and you know what I mean, it's all organic and I just appreciate y'all. Some G shit, nigga. Like y'all still rock with me regardless, nigga. Like even if motherfucker try to throw a monkey wrench in the system, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna stay down. If y'all stay down with me, I'm gonna stay down till we come up. Straight up. I'm that type of nigga. I just want to work, nigga. I just want to grind. I just want to stay on top of this shit. So I just want to say appreciate everybody, man. It's no game, no game. Whew, I think I need another coffee. Maybe I need to lay the fuck down for an hour. But shout out to everybody that pulled up. It's been